wordsmithing. Yes. All is fine now. None will die.
I don't feel that's accurate entirely, but we're gonna try.
You know. You are going to attempt. Anyways. That is perfectly fine. You will be fine. So, welcome everyone. We're going to be doing some Elondar, picking up right where the party left off, where they had poked the bear, so to speak, and believe they might have gotten the attention of the poisoning people, part of the Crimson Claw. So they've got an actual room that is not in our town, and hopes to baiting them to attacking for they may somehow get some information, so that they may get to the main target, the lovely half-dragon. But before further ado, we do have a cordon of arrows that was placed in the center of the room to kind of protect this. It has a 30-foot radius, so it does encompass the whole room and outside the room. So technically, if the door or window opens up, it would count that because it would have a path to go. So, for doing the first watch, please give me perception check.
Because
I rolled 20 concept. I don't think I fell asleep.
Nope, you did not.
Perfect.
Oh, that's a great check. Oof. 20s for both, huh? Damn.
Yeah, 15 on the die. For that one.
See, the downside is Ethan
Ethan
has a +8. And I rolled low.
Okay. If you have anything you wish to talk about, there is nothing going on this watch.
Good.
Oh no.
Well, good luck, Turi.
Thanks.
Good luck, Umbra. Good luck, child.
So,
Appreciation of much.
how you holding up?
In between glancing around to like the window and every so often glancing towards the doorknob, he'll just be glancing down at the teddy bear and that is well as one would expect.
Feel that? Huh?
Say again?
I was sorry.
I think audio cut out on my end.
I didn't say anything
Okay,
after
Discord.
what Sarkas said.
Okay, Discord kind of just.
I heard Fluffy, that's why I said what.
Okay, yeah, all audio, including like Firefox, just died on my end.
And
There.
I was like, oh, uh-oh.
yeah, I feel like Ethan's just been like blankly staring out the window.
There.
So, huh? Good.
He was gonna. How about you after the other day? You and your friend.
He's been quiet since then.
You really saved our asses there.
He's pretty harmless for the most part.
You just kind of nods.
So, I had a weird dream the other night.
Oh, you too?
Turns out I do have a family out there somewhere. But pretty sure they're in danger.
Of course you are.
As far as I know, only 2 of them actually know I'm missing. The rest don't know anything.
Well, that's one thing we'll have to figure out then. Makes you feel any better? 22 had a very interesting dream the other night.
Hmm.
Whatever it is we're doing won't be interrupted by something else. Not too entirely sure what something else is. But was told they wouldn't let it interfere.
Hmm. And my worry with my family situation is, for whatever reason, these 2 can't tell everybody else. Or at least aren't able to communicate it. He doesn't really know a lot as far. He's just been kind of was given subtle hints.
Yeah.
Well, we know you're being looked for by my father, or at least his cronies, or whatever. Or at least we assume that. So possibly they're worried about letting people know and somehow him getting word and being alerted.
I believe he was told nobody's actually looking for him, even though they're aware, right?
Yeah. He's basically the only the 2 that are aware cannot look for him, basically.
Yeah, he will mention that. Which leads me to believe that something happened. Either they can't, or something preventing them. He's just assuming that. He doesn't actually know.
Yeah. It's a safe assumption, because otherwise he would have said, probably wouldn't have mentioned them if they
Yeah.
weren't. Like a liar or something.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like that type, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Straightforward as much as he can be.
Really sucks not knowing the answers. Said the only way I can help is just to keep going down my path.
Yeah. This path we're on is dangerous. According to the dream I had, we could be facing altar danger.
Well, at least in this situation, he fixed my poison resistance. Just nonchalantly says this.
Well, that is good news for what we're encountering.
Oh,
Looks at the other three. Which one do you think would not be the best with poison?
He knows what Umbra is, so he'd probably look at the other two. One of them.
Okay. Who do you think is taking next watch?
Would you guys have said this to them?
Yeah.
I mean, probably.
Yeah.
Or
There-
until we
I-
get
although there
broken
would've
up
been a
when.
He would probably say Umbra, but he's going to make the assumption and say, I don't think poisons are too much of an issue for her.
Very fair. Very fair indeed. I need to look at it. Un momento, pues.
Anyways.
You know, you're not wrong. That is exactly what we did.
Yes.
It is perfectly fine, you know.
I think he basically covered what he found out. He knows he has a family, he knows there's two people who knows he's missing. Yeah, he basically covered everything.
Yeah. I'm gonna say Sarkas had everything he. Which wasn't much.
one person got more information than the rest because
Yeah.
of other reasons.
It's fine. Did he mention anything about the memory issues? Like why, or him seeing people he might recognize? I don't remember. I don't think that was mentioned yet.
Mm-mm.
No, I don't think he mentioned that specifically.
Mhm.
Like he mentioned. Let's see.
That's what I was looking through real quick.
Yeah, he didn't mention memory specifically.
Okay.
did mention that he used the word altered when he was talking to you. You're not sure if that was just the poison thing or if it was anything else. He didn't really go into detail.
Yeah, I'll be honest, he probably would just assume that his memories were part of that alteration, but wouldn't assume, like, the pain part, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's about all he's got to cover for now. He probably goes back to, like, spacing out unless Sarkas says anything else.
Nah, not now.
Yeah.
We'll go to the second watch.
Stay by the door, actually.
That's fair. The perception check from the person on second watch.
Which is Drag. Who is muted, I think.
Sorry about that. Deception. That's a great number.
Sound like
That
you
is
just
an
ran a
amazing
mile.
It did.
No, this is me just going slightly insane because I've forgotten how mute and unmute works properly. This dice is going back in its box. So that's
What?
5.
Oh, Umbra.
Okay.
Distracted by the moon.
Well, I said best of luck, but you know,
Yep, you
So
see,
you don't-
that's the problem. You wish me luck.
I did. I should have told you to break a leg.
So you don't hear the lock open.
Cool.
Or windows slide just slightly open.
Oh.
They need to make me a dex save. As an arrow will fly outwards. What is your dex? I think this might fail because I rolled shit.
The nice thing is it's
7.
simultaneous if there's more than one target.
There's only one in the window at the moment.
Oh.
At the moment.
Oh, good. So we don't know about the door at all.
Yeah. So what is your? Go ahead and roll damage because I don't think a 7 succeeds.
I believe it's only like a D8. I think it's just what its arrow damages. Yeah. Yeah, it's whatever arrows you use.
This will be.
That's not a D8.
That's not a D8. That's another number. One of these is going in here. Richard.
3 or no, it does 1d6. Huh. I didn't realize it did less damage. 2.
Okay.
Do any of us wake up from that, or does Umbra see it? I assume she would.
Oh, there's a simultaneous thing that they were doing simultaneously
Oh dear.
as they dropped a poison bomb
Oh,
into the room.
awesome.
Poison bomb!
I need everyone to make me a Constitution saving throw, and it ignores resistance due to the poison feat they have.
Hate everything.
Is that in damage or the fact that I would roll that with advantage?
You do not have advantage, and you are not resistant to any poison damage they would have.
Awesome.
That's a good number.
Alright.
Mm-hmm.
That was a great number.
You have a great con as well.
Oh, good. So Ethan might not wake up, or Christine.
Oh, babies!
So, you do wake up because he is going to cry out in pain. But both Christine and even you are considered poisoned.
Hmm.
You may, as a free action, repeat this con save on your turn. If you fail it again, you gain 1 point of exhaustion.
Oh.
Oh, good.
This lasts for a minute or until you save, and all exhaustion points leave with that as well.
I need to make notes of this. Hold on.
Ultimately, it's like you
So I'm gonna put him here for now. Yeah, I'll put them over here for now.
It's a frame.
And you know what one of them.
And
Does he
technically,
bleed?
technically,
find out.
we're going to roll initiative now, and
I'm assuming we still don't know about the one by the door. This is fine. Man, I'm changing dice. This one is not nice to me tonight. The highest I've rolled on it was an 8.
Ooh, Christine, you did not roll well on your initiative either.
That's okay.
It's a, you know, it kind of fits.
My initiative was broken because I could roll advantage.
Yeah, 'cause bow. Not bow. You have the lance?
Yes, I have a longbow.
She's
The pike.
poisoned.
I have a pike. Okay.
Oh, ability check at
cleric
disadvantage.
has pike.
Oh
Poison.
shit.
Mm.
Oh, it's not lower than what I already got.
Neither did she. She rolled higher, so she's fine.
Yeah, it makes sense. They're both gonna like groggily get up, coughing
Yeah.
and hacking up along its hind.
Oh, I did not. I was still poisoned by this person.
So we'll
Alright,
start
so
with
who
this.
all has been poisoned and what? My brain heard it and then immediately yeeted it out because I was complimenting Fox.
Ethan and Christine are poisoned.
Okay.
You rested long enough to get the spell slots back.
Nope.
Not yet.
It's only the second one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I rolled a
this is the
d4
middle
to see
of
which
it.
launch it was in, and I rolled a 2.
Good.
So who gets to reroll as far as their poison check, or doesn't?
Just those
Anybody-
two.
Your turn,
Just those-
reaction.
okay, yeah.
Cool.
No, free action, but it plus if you fail. It's fine.
Oh, I miscounted. I have 4 spell slots left. I missed the 4th little square over here for first level.
Initiative.
I need to go look up exhaustion effects because otherwise I'm not gonna know what I'm doing as it gets worse.
Yeah.
Okay, spell list. Come here. That is not what I typed at all. Stop that.
I love how the only difference between one exhaustion and poisoned is that poisoned gives you a disadvantage on attack rolls too.
Yeah.
They both give you disadvantage on ability. That's interesting.
Okay, so those dude, I didn't think those did anything, but I had to double check. I can't fix the poison problem until tomorrow.
So. Whose turn is it?
I'm still writing all these. There's a lot of
Oh.
initiatives.
Oh. What?
It is the well, as far as we know.
Yeah.
There is the
There's
question of if they're trying to kill us or not.
That's true.
He needs to make a actually because it's his turn first.
Ah.
Does it continue or is it on is it only a new target? I think it continues.
It's continues basically if they start their turn in there or end their turn in there, basically.
I'm just gonna mark off how many arrows get used then. Now we're on
So
2
this was
left.
18 he rolled.
Yeah.
20.
He saves. Ours is not very high yet. We're only level 3.
Yeah.
Shit. Babble levels.
Gonna rush at you. Mostly he needs to clear room for somebody. That's fine. Oof. He tries to stab at you with his dagger, got a 10.
Oh,
Ooh, that misses.
You can see poison on the dagger as well.
Oh god, more poison.
He's gonna end his turn there, and he's still within fucking range.
Mm.
So he got fucking 3 arrows shot at him, and I don't think. I mean, he might actually save. What's his 13?
14 is the DC.
He takes more damage.
Arrows.
Little bit.
Arrows go.
It takes 5.
Nice.
I'm actually surprised you can't cast that higher other than adding more arrows. I'm disappointed you can't make it a little stronger instead.
Yeah.
There's so many of those spells because that one's like a ranger kind of spell, and there's so many of those that I'm.
Alright. Next up would be Sarkas.
So, how to word this? He was woken, by obviously the pain of the person getting shot with an arrow.
Hmm?
Can he tell if there's poison stuff?
You can see
What's
the
he
poison
say?
on a dagger. Yeah, you can see the gas is gone. The gas
Okay.
dispersed.
Cool. So he's not aware that Ethan is poisoned, but there's a man wielding a poison-tipped dagger in front of him.
Christine was also poisoned too, is the issue.
Would
You
there be
can,
a way to tell that outside of a med check?
I would say a med check, just kind of glancing and see if anyone looks at their, because there would be physical symptoms of this that would be noticeable.
That's a natural 20-25.
Yes, you can tell they are paler, and there's actually beads of sweat on both of those two.
Fuck. See, I wasn't even going with him seeing they were poisoned. I was going with the fact that there is a poison-wielding person in front of him.
Yeah. Well, I assumed while you asked the questions, as you thought you were asking to see who you could help with it that was resistant and or whatever. Because
Well,
he did point out those two. That was why I assumed that.
That's the thing with this poison; it does have a physical manifestation.
makes this choice harder now.
Mm-hmm.
Tiny child or adult.
Oh, because here's what I was going to do.
Mhm.
Because if he wouldn't have been able to tell that they were poisoned yet, man wielding dagger with poison tip, he's going to cast protection from poison on Ethan.
Yeah.
Because that just negates poison. Well, it negates if person is poisoned. It neutralizes the poison.
If it's strong enough to go against that poison. I actually found out some poisons that doesn't affect.
They should
Interesting.
specify that spell then.
The poisons tend to specify what cures them. That's the thing. That's why there's ones that only Greater Restoration can
What if
cure.
it just neutralizes it? It doesn't cure the poison. It just neutralizes it for an hour. So you'll go back to being affected by it once that hour's over. Well, fuck.
I don't know. I'm a little concerned because their resistances didn't work against it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all technicality, I think my resistance. Or at least Umbra would.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, he's going to move here in front of the door. Because person is here in front of Ethan. And... Sorry. They're slightly dying over here. Sorry.
If it is suppressed, does that mean I don't make the roll? If it does work that way, because he would just be unaffected for an hour and then have to deal with it again later.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it would still affect them, it's possible it could be neutralized completely. I know what affects his poisons.
Well, the good news, I can do it multiple times because I still have 3 second-level spell slots.
Mhm.
Fuck it, there's a person with the poison dagger in front of him. So he's going to give Ethan the chance to smacky smack and make any checks he needs to regularly. Protection from poison on Ethan.
Action from poison. Okay.
And that is not concentration, that is just duration.
Correct.
It'll affect him again in an hour, if it works.
Yes.
That's the problem, is I can't roll to save now.
I will say that poison is actually neutralized by that.
Okay.
It is considered. It is called a weaker poison. It's
Oh, so it
designed
just
so-
ends it.
The toxin that was in the gas, yes.
Oh.
The toxin that's in their thing, it's not going to affect because it will give them resistance to damage, and all it is damage, and it ignores resistance.
Fair.
But you're no longer poisoned.
Huh.
Please focus on the other one, too.
I'll get to her in a moment.
Ethan does not know that she's poisoned, that's his player say.
Yeah. Fair. He's... Bonus action, Shield of Faith on Christine.
Okay. Is it? End of your turn?
Let's end it.
Hurry.
Hi, it's my turn. Okay, there's only one guy in the room,
At the moment, yes.
Early.
and I'm guessing
We
a
have
perception
one
check
friend.
would take an action.
For this, yes. Because they are actively
Okay.
sneaky motherfuckers.
Then I'm going to ignore that and focus on the guy that is in the room. And I'm sure, like, my passive perception I can tell that Christine's not doing well.
It's a lot more of medicine than the perception.
Oh, okay. Alright, well.
She hasn't gotten to the point where perception would be useful.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna focus on,
If it progresses,
Shrinking
then
sky.
perception will notice it. Oh, that's fine.
you know, I'm gonna hit him with my longsword two-handed and fun stuff.
Okay.
Okay, that is a
Yeah.
dirty 20 to hit.
That hits.
Cool.
Oh my god, Turi hit.
Shut up!
I would hope so with advantage.
You
Oh,
know,
that's right. Hold on, that wasn't with advantage. Okay,
Oh.
the first roll was higher. Shut up, all of you. Okay, that's 7
Not a
points
damn
of
thing yet.
slashing damage.
see, Dragon was over here just sitting there silent, didn't say a damn thing.
Not you, Drag. Chuckles.
All right.
The other three were laughing.
I was laughing for a completely different reason.
Oh, because her back's to the window
7
now.
7
Yeah, your
points of
back's to the
slashing.
door.
Okay, but my back is to the door. I don't think the door opens outward.
No, but it
Well,
did open a
didn't
little,
have
I
that
think,
plan.
was the,
Shit, we didn't.
yeah.
Okay. I don't think I can do anything else because we're still level 3. Ah.
Yes.
So yeah, that's all I have.
Cool.
Go ahead, Umbra.
We're such baby levels, man.
Absolutely.
But I have, so I would have seen that this dude did come from the window.
Yes.
Ooh. Can I go and try to close this window?
Like, the window thing, for example. Yeah, so you're gonna have to repeat that for stream.
Great. So I have used my action this turn to close this window.
Alright.
because that's 100% going to kick them out.
The support.
Yes, now you've just put yourself as a target to be shot at. Because you did move away from the window. Yeah, okay.
I was not finished with the turn yet.
You weren't moved when I left, that's why I was confused.
That was when I noticed things, but yes. I finished this turn by moving slightly to what would be the right, facing a doorway.
In the window, this whole wall, this whole
Yeah.
2-section, you're still in front of the window.
Double window, it's really big.
I can see this guy better.
Oh, Jesus, Umbra. This
Listen,
is how our
that's
party
so
gets
random.
killed. By pure dumb.
Don't ask
If I moved back where I was, I would be close to stabbing distance of this guy whose turn is already finished, and I wouldn't have to worry about. But still,
You would still be close to. Okay.
there was no evading the window at this point. The window is immortal.
But okay.
Not too close. I would be within 5 feet of a window.
God damn it, Umbra.
Open a window and creak inwards, which means you need a dex save. You have a higher dex save, but that's still not enough.
He didn't sneak in. That was a turn well wasted.
Well, to be fair, he would have had to use his action to reopen it. But assassins have a thing called allies.
It's fine, everything's okay. Hey. What do you think?
Yeah. They're not the one who opened the window.
Oh.
What?
It's fine. Invisible
They've
mage
got
is fun.
friends outside.
Oh god. It's an arcane.
I think they do get hit by your last arrow though with a 12.
Yes, they will. So they'll take 1 damage, but it's damage. They mark off that he's lost those arrows permanently, because that destroys the arrows.
Oh, fun.
I think they maintained their stealth climbing inwards with an 18. So I don't think Umbra's necessarily aware of her.
Nope, nowhere near the passive.
Yeah.
Told you, remember away from the render.
Oof. Oh dear, oh no.
Oh dear, oh no.
It's a 25 to hit.
No, that like totally misses my 15.
This is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Yay, pain and suffering.
So that is...
Let's just hope they're not trying to kill us and trying to just capture us at this point.
You know.
Because I don't think we're surviving otherwise.
is 13 points of piercing.
Cool.
No poison.
Nope.
Don't worry about that.
I am gonna worry about it as I've rolled over the token.
And they will use their bonus action to disengage and kind of hop onto the bed, essentially.
Oh, hi.
But yeah, now you're definitely all aware of this person. This one was next. They roll back to back.
I reject your reality and replace it with my own.
I'm actually going to go after the flanked person.
Mm-hmm.
23.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit!
Oh, I'm sorry. 22.
Oh, that makes a total difference. That doesn't hit. Just...
Well, it's for 10 points to piercing.
Okay.
And 6 poison.
Oh. Now I get the poison? What? That's rude.
That's fine.
Ow.
I don't see anything wrong here.
Now it's Christine's turn.
Baby.
You kind of stand up. What are you gonna do, Christine? People are not doing well.
She's not doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's more worried about the others at the moment. So she's going to cast Bane.
Fair.
But before she does have a thing, I think.
Thing?
A thing.
Yeah, so as a bonus action, she can expend one of her bardic inspirations and do unsettling words.
Ooh.
And then subtracts a d6 from their next save.
Nice.
She's going to target this one because they're the only undamaged one. And it might last longer if it affects them. So we'll start with these two because they have the same character sheet technically. Charisma saving throw. What is your DC? Your DC is a 15. 14 fails. 15 would succeed, but minus 6. And the last one got a 17. So I will mark these two with. We'll just do a pink, just because it's a bright and obvious color. So those two are baned.
Sweet.
Just kind of step away from where they seem to be coming from.
Fair.
Just like, nah. She will attempt to actually get rid of the poison. She will fail at getting rid of the poison.
Exhaustion.
Oh, she already had 1 point. Now she got 2.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Speed is now halved.
That I hope is getting fixed.
I can't do anything.
She's
about
now.
Sarkas
She's
can, that's why.
having a hard time
Oh,
breathing.
yeah.
It's not a final assassin's turn. He's gonna kind of poke his head up and attempt to swing at Umbra. Disadvantage because of the way he's got to hold on. So does a 16 hit? Sorry, 15 hit.
That just hits.
Aww.
Sad.
You know,
He didn't have a chance.
fine.
He didn't get a chance to put his poison on his thing.
Mm.
It's,
He was the one late to the party, so he didn't
Yeah.
have time to apply his poison.
2 of them didn't have poison.
that's 12 points of piercing.
Cool.
I am gonna worry.
I'm
Gonna
worried
worry.
about it. Is this my blood?
That's my blood. Ethan.
Uh-huh. Wow, I go last. Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck this dude. He's gonna inflict wounds.
Okay. They're not hard to hit.
Oh,
They
yeah.
have a high AC.
Well, that is... What is that? What is your modifier? 21.
21 hits. By like a lot.
Rewind.
Oh, we're in love there, man.
Say it's 14 necrotic?
Well, he's bloodied.
Yeah, and as a bonus action, he is well aware you guys have already seen this, so he's just going to bite.
Yeah.
He gets... Yeah.
Nom 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 nom.
fucked with the wrong person.
Yeah.
It's only a 15. Oh, no, wait. Advantage, that's right. Yeah, it's still only a 15 to hit.
Oh yeah, that hits. Beats their AC by 1.
Yeah.
They got a 14. They're not exactly the epitome of.
They
Why
thick.
did that?
So he does 5 damage, but he also gains 10 temp HP.
Yay!
He's kind of
Baby boy.
clutching himself like, I did not expect that, basically.
Just gonna growl at him. Fuck it. We're gonna go pissed off mode, animal mode.
Yeah. It's now his turn.
And to think those D6s up as he gains levels.
We love that.
Yeah, he's not doing great.
Does he really want to move away from all of us?
He could. Bonus action disengage is fun.
True.
Yeah.
But he's like, he looks back at the window. The window looks a little crowded. The door's blocked.
Nobody's leaving.
He's gonna lace his dagger of a different poison.
Oh no.
And strike on it, even.
Oh good, I'm a threat.
I'm not sure whether we should celebrate when we become the target of our opponents.
He hasn't been
or-
hit yet, so there is that.
That's fair.
His bite attack unfortunately goes off of strength, that's why it's so low on the...
Fair.
So that is what is your attack? It's 15 to hit.
You know what? He's going to use his reaction,
Hooray!
which will make it a 16.
Woo.
You see the poison? It would hit the wall instead. The wall kind of rots.
Oh, you guys fucked up.
He looks like Sarkas. He is on death's door.
Cool, cool.
You could either
Something
choose to
in my
help
head now.
her, yeah.
He's gonna just stare daggers at this guy, reach over with his left hand, and cast protection from poison for Stein.
Okay. So that neutralizes one of her exhaustion levels, because only one was from poison.
Oh, baby.
And guess what else he's gonna do?
Hmm.
Bonus action, harness divine power and regain a first level spell slot.
That's fair. It's a fair response.
He's just staring at the guy in front of him.
Okay.
I don't know.
Alright.
Ethan's just got a bloody grin. It's fine.
Okay. I have 2 friends. I don't appreciate. No,
You
wait.
have 3
technically-
friends.
I technically have 3 friends. I don't appreciate having 3
Technically
friends. with
4
only
because
one
rogues
attack.
can throw daggers. And you're in crusading distance.
I'm in crusading distance of everybody at all times. Okay?
Yes, you are.
I chose to play a melee character. I am going to bonus action ignite my sword on fire because she's pissed. And let's see, which one am I going to burn?
This one's almost dead, but he also just went.
Yeah.
I think Turi's going to focus on this one on the bed.
Okay.
So that's the one she'll attack. Two-handed.
Ethan's
All
gonna
right, make
knock
attack.
out the one in front of him when he gets the chance.
That's gonna be dirty 20 again.
That succeeds. They will use their reaction to uncanny dodge.
That's probably a good idea. Oh, ew. What the crap? No. I can re-roll 2s.
That's why you're
Oh,
supposed to
that's
hit them.
better. I did hit it.
Kill it.
I don't think I'm gonna kill it.
Kill it.
Question. DM.
Yes.
I took the great weapon fighting style.
Mm-hmm.
Does this also apply to the fire damage rolls?
No. Just your slashing.
Fine.
Elemental Adept would count for the.
I know, I don't have that. Okay, so for just the damage, that's going to be 9 points of slashing damage. For the fire damage, it's 2. I may have rolled snake eyes.
That's 11 total, so they take 5 points of damage total.
Oh.
Because
Resist.
uncanny dodge halves the damage.
That's fine.
There's nothing else I can do because moving away from 3 of these guys does not seem like the best idea for me right now, considering I'm not looking all that fantastic.
Okay. It's fire. Odds or evens.
Oh no.
I've rolled for something. Let's see which one you pick. If you pick the right one, something happens.
Odds!
If you picked the wrong one, nothing happened.
Oh.
Crap.
That's fire.
Fine. They had to dodge real quickly. Umbra! Good friends.
Cool.
And you are not doing well.
Oh yeah, no.
You could disengage and move away.
That implies I'm smart.
Ugh.
It's fair.
Put on right now.
He's currently hanging from a ledge.
Oh.
Oh no.
He could not technically get into the room.
He's just there like. What's that?
I have an
What's
idea.
that? Oh, I was thinking about you booting the guy behind you through the windows.
Oh, that's not a terrible idea either, but I feel like that would take a lot more
Oh,
than
yeah.
just... Yeah.
So he's at least 20 feet up in the air.
Yeah, I'm just imagining him just hanging there. I'm staying.
And plus, something tells me they're good at dex.
Nah.
Maybe.
Let's do that. Gives you that idea.
The strength to push.
Yeah, they're strength. They're strength-based rogues.
Clearly. I mean, just look at those gains. What you gonna do, Umbra?
Exactly.
Okay, she would disengage. Only got.
Disengaged and moved over here. Gotcha. Anything else you wish to do, or is that all you can do?
I don't exactly have bonuses. Wait, fuck! I do have a bonus. Turi,
Yes.
take a +3 to whatever with gear wheel thingy.
Thank you.
Hey. So now, this person's turn. They're going to attack the Turi because the Turi attacked them.
I mean,
That's a 12.
that doesn't hit.
Now it's this one's turn. Who is going to attempt to attack the Turi? They did not reinitiate their poison, but I missed anyways, I'm pretty sure, because the highest I rolled on there was a 6, so that's an 11.
Yeah, nah.
So that brings us to Christine's turn. she's concentrating on Bane. Oh, she would totally just cast healing a whole person on the person trying to be on the fucking wall. She's going to bonus action give a bardic inspiration to Ethan.
Okay. The D6?
Yep, D6 on attack roll, ability check, or spell damage or healing.
Ooh.
Her action, however, is going to be cast a mirror image on herself.
Oh. You know, that's fun.
So now there are multiple Christines. Kind of shifting
that's
constantly
terrifying.
into each other. It's going to be this one's turn. Who's going to climb in?
I made it.
Who did he attack? Turi or the multiple person? Let's do odds or
Multiple
evens.
person.
Odds, evens. Odds. He goes for Christine. Or Christine.
No.
Wee. He would hit. She rolls. He misses.
Yay!
Well, I have a question. What is her AC with Shield of Faith?
Not high enough to beat a 20-something.
Fuck.
He's got 16 AC currently.
Listen.
He rolled 22. But one of her duplicates kind of just poofs. It's fine. Ethan.
Yeah. This guy looks like he probably can't take another hit, huh?
You don't look good.
He's gonna try to knock him out with a short sword.
Okay.
Let's see if I do enough damage. We'll find out. 16 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit. That'll definitely hit. Just a wee bit.
8.
8?
Yeah.
They are unconscious.
Cool.
7 HP left.
Sweet! Wants at
You
least
just
one.
barely got it.
Yeah, he wants at least one. Bonus action. He can't heal with a bonus action, but he can. He'll hunter mark that one.
Okay.
Pull out the bow.
Mark this with a teal. Oh,
It kind of moves like over here to get more of an angle.
very fair. Well, he is currently checked out, so it's not his turn. He is stable. So Sarkas, you are now top of the board.
Hey.
Yeah, unless somebody
What am I
heals
doing?
him or kills him, he's gonna be on the board but stable.
Temptation to smack down with Warhammer as I walk by it.
We won't want to lie for answers.
Gallagher, this man. Make jellies. No, he's going actually to hello, friend.
Walking on.
I'm pretty sure you did not think this through to the entirety you should. And with the first level spell I regained, he's going to reach out and inflict wounds.
Go ahead and roll attack. He has not been touched.
That's right, he didn't get hit by arrows.
Yeah, they were all gone by then.
Yeah. Technically, the two that are near you are the full health ones.
You know, fair. Oh, well, that's a 23 to hit. Hope
That might hit.
hits.
That might hit.
I hope it hits.
Just by a fair margin.
Okay, cool. D&D Beyond, you want to respond there, buddy? Thank you.
Nope.
That is going to be 20 points of necrotic damage.
Well, they're bloodied.
You just want to tilt his head.
One fucking hit.
Yeah, Inflict Wounds does that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this should be fun then. On the other side of him, he'll cast Spiritual Weapon.
Oh, Jesus.
Alright, roll to hit. I imagine you're hitting the same person, or are you going to hit the other one?
Yes. He's
Alright.
hitting the same person. That is going to be, if it wants to respond, you. 17 to hit.
Yes, that will hit.
9.
Hooray! Not doing great.
It seems he wants more.
Is at the end of your turn.
Yeah, and Sarkas looks annoyed because he was sleeping when they kind of broke in. So he looks very annoyed and like half awake.
Turi. You have an unconscious friend. You have 3 other friends.
Yeah, first bonus action, I'm going to probably toss over or heal over to Umbra real fast.
That's a fair response.
Squishy is squishy. I don't know how bad she's off, but
She took a lot of damage.
yeah, okay. That's gonna be...
Yeah, by like every assassin that entered it.
Yeah,
You were
that's
healed.
not a lot. It's only 5 points of healing, but it is 5 points of healing.
5 more blood.
And action, we're going to just... Ugh. Everybody's annoying.
Ooh.
If not for the child. Oh dear.
That'll help.
Turi's gonna focus on this particular friend because Sarkas has got this one taken care of, and she'll focus on this one in a second.
Fair.
Fair.
It's also focusing on that one.
Yeah, so she'll take your turns. Everybody, wait your turn.
Go ahead and try to hit.
Two-handed by the by. That's gonna be a 24 to hit.
That'll hit. Uncanny dodge again.
That's going to be another 9 points of slashing damage, halved to, I guess, 3 or 4.
And I'm gonna make another roll. Call me all Germans.
I don't know. Somebody else call it. I called it wrong last time.
You're the one doing the attack.
Evens this time then.
Nope.
Oh my god. Jay was right.
Funny that I just said odds. Or you said evens.
I
Have fun with that.
I don't like this game.
I don't either.
We could search the bodies later.
At the end of your turn, Turi.
Unfortunately, because I spent my bonus action, I've only got one attack action, and moving seems perilous.
It's fine.
That's fair. Umbra.
Cool. This one's went. That one's been touched.
Oh, and the hazard is the one Ethan plans to attack.
Okay.
Heal one is the only one that is unhurt. Currently.
Wait, which one?
The teal. That's the
Yeah.
only unhurt one. The Hunter Smart one.
since he's a BP. You know what? Yeah, I need a wisdom save.
Okay. Let's get- wisdom saves. No. A 10.
So that fails. So, seeing that Ethan marked this one's target is now that one.
Am I allowed to attack that one still, or does it make saves every time I do?
Let me look at
I don't think it does make saves if it's damaged.
Crown
I
of
think that was something we
Madness.
found out last time.
I'll just double check. Don't hurt me to double check it.
Oh yeah, no. It's the
Uh,
fun time.
only at the end of each of its turns.
Okay.
Army does not cause more saves.
I was about to say. Make him reuse his bonus action to switch it again, I would have been pissed.
Okay. And now, is it the end of your turn?
Yep. Oh wait.
It's gonna be one problem though, is Ethan's gonna have to
bonus
move.
actions again because has Turi used her gear thingy yet?
She has not.
No, I
as far
have
as I'm
not.
aware of.
Never mind.
I have not.
Yeah, I realize Ethan's gonna have to move either way, because once it gets in range to hit the other dude, he's too close to be shot at. That's the downside to this.
Small room.
Yeah, it could have targeted the one next to him. Oh well.
Well, that's a turn.
Figure out where he can move to even get away from him.
It's now this one's turn. They're going to they pull a second dagger and they're going to make 2 attacks against the downed one.
Oh.
That's 2 death saving throws failed.
Aren't they a crit when they're melee?
Yep. So this one is now actually dead.
Lovely.
They can't talk or they're dead. Fine.
So we just get another one.
So now this one's turn. What's he gonna do? He's gonna look at you, Turi.
Mm,
Run.
wrong.
I mean, you make me a wisdom saving throw. As he casts suggestion.
I don't like. No. I may have to use that +3 for this. The +3 is not gonna help me. You want to know why?
Natural
double
one.
checking. I got the oof. I got the 1. That is a nat 1. That frickin' sucks.
All right.
Hate
Effectively, his
that.
suggestion is for you to basically run. He's effectively trying to make you just run down the stairs.
Gosh dang it!
They have a once-a-day ability to cast suggestion. You want these? They're fun.
Okay, listen to me, you die. You've been working for me very well up until that point. What happened?
So this one's turn. He's gonna pull out his short bow and fire at this one. Because they have short bow. That's a 15, which will just barely hit that one. piercing. They are not bloodied yet. And that is all that one can do. Ethan.
Well, I think he's gonna use his bonus action anyways, because in light of those ones killing their ally, knocking them out might not be the best idea. At least not until we get them down to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sarkas seems to have the other one. He'll just move his bonus action to that one instead and shoot that one.
Okay.
Ugh. We'll heal Umbra later. That's a 22 to hit.
Yeah, I think they'll uncanny dodge that one because they would have gotten their reaction back on their turn. So they won't have it for the next time that other people hit them.
Fair. So let's see. That's 6, 8, 9. It's only 13.
Okay. Odds or evens?
Oh, jeez. Odds.
Turn.
What'd you get? What'd you pick?
Odds.
Unfortunately, that wasn't even.
It's always the opposite of what we say. What the hell?
I know.
I've been rolling it before you guys called.
I rolled it to call it. I was the one that didn't take the guess. I just let the die choose.
Fair.
Fair. I approve that method.
So now it's Sarkas' turn.
Alright. So you want to know a fun fact? He no longer has healing spells. He has no spell slots left.
Fun.
Ethan can still heal. It's just
Yeah.
he's trying to take him out now.
Turi can too, but I have more problems.
Bonus action day.
It is a bonus action hit with his
Yeah.
spiritual weapon. Yes.
He's just gonna smack the guy in front of his spiritual weapon.
That might kill him. Maybe. We'll find out.
Which is totally fine. Actually,
It's only a bonus action to move it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a free attack for it to hit. It's hit an enemy if it's nearby.
Yeah.
oh.
Yee.
You know?
It's one of Aurora's favorite spells too.
I feel that so much.
Yeah, I take it back. He's gonna hit this guy. If it tab wants to add because I'm not clicked on tabletop. This guy with the spiritual weapon.
Attempt to hit.
I hate how you say attempt to hit. Dice tray, where'd you go? Sorry, I was trying to locate dice tray because I couldn't find it. Little did I know. 22 to hit.
22 hits. Roll damage. They didn't make it with a 7.
Ah, that is 9 points of force.
Hey, now they bloodied.
I believe he makes a concentration check as well.
For what?
He's not the one that cast it.
Nope.
Oh.
It was the one that.
Barney did.
Yeah.
Oh, the one that. Oh, well, you know what? Fine. He's just gonna bash him in the head. Try and knock him unconscious.
Suggestion also is oh, that's
Is it?
Weird spell.
It is for that first minute, yeah. Or, I don't
That's
know.
bizarre, but okay.
You're right, it's an up to 8 hours concentration. Interesting.
I hate
Well,
it.
if he
I
drops
remember
them,
that. I remember that from Lindell doing it to Stalker. Anyway,
Hmm.
so do I kill him or do I knock him out?
Your call.
Yeah.
Up to you. It might waste another action of one of them. As long as we
True.
get one.
He is going to attempt just to knock him unconscious with his warhammer.
all right, roll to hit.
Die. D&D Beyond Dice. I just wanted to knock him unconscious.
What'd you roll?
Natural 20.
Oh, this could go poorly. He might not. He might do. Depending on how much damage you do.
Yeah.
Well, it's already... It's one-handed. It's going to be a one-handed swing, so it's already a D8 plus 3. That's already 11.
Okay. Let's see how much more damage you do.
I'm scared. Another 7, so 18 points of damage.
That is under half of his max HP, so you do render him unconscious.
Oh.
If you had done 20, it would have just killed him out. It wouldn't have been a stabilization. He wouldn't have been dead, but he wouldn't have been stable.
Fair, very fair. Oh god. Okay. Well, that's like.
Hurry.
Hi, I have to run.
No, you don't.
No.
He's
Oh, no, I
unconscious.
don't. He is unconscious. Never mind.
This one's kind of leaning up against the wall. They don't look great. They're kind of like. You can make an insight check if you want for free. If you're closest to him.
I like that.
Yes, please. I will try that. Are you going to screw with me?
Yes.
No, you're not. That is an 18.
Oh.
18. They do not look like they're going to be fighting.
We could try to knock more than one out.
I was
They look
about
like
to
they might
say,
be thinking about surrendering or something like that. Because they're looking,
Alright.
they can't go that way. They can't go that way, so they're like, hmm.
Turi's just going to point her sword at it. But do you want to do this the easy way or the hard way?
They drop their daggers. They are not great on health.
We're gonna need to knock out the other one, because that one just keeps attacking as long as she concentrates on that.
Yeah,
I did
how
read
is
that in
it?
Crowns of Madness.
He is still full health. No one has touched him.
Okay.
It also does take my action to maintain it.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it does say that they would continue their turn as normal if you don't specify a target.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Alright. I will then turn around and start smacking that guy two-handed, and I'll use my last use of fire sword nonsense as a bonus action.
okay. Strike.
What is that? What is that?
Hmm.
It's only a 10.
Ugh.
Yeah, that misses.
Frickin'
Still have my +3, although I
yeah,
don't
you-
think that'll help.
right.
You
Does
do
a
have plus
13
three.
hit?
No.
Does a 13 hit?
The thought is what counts.
I'll mark it off.
You were 1 point less.
Ah! So frustrating. Can't do anything else, cause yeah, I've used everything.
Alright. Umbra. You see
Cool.
the one,
So,
the one surrendered.
so I have no reason to make this loony man stab his friend. I will not be using my action to maintain that.
Fair enough.
Question is, how does he react to one unconscious and one's like, nah, fam. One's dead.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Cool thing. I'm gonna need a con save, maybe. Alright, so that's a 13 on the die, plus my modifier is totally not just a thing. Is a 19 to hit?
19 to hit, that hits. What do
Cool.
you cast in front?
A Ray of Sickness.
What does this do?
It does poison damage.
I'm
They're
pretty
immune to
sure.
poison.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure they're immune to that.
Yeah, and a poison condition, because you want to.
I
Snake
did not know
people.
that. I now know that.
You now know it's that snake people.
Pay attention when I'm building Leo next time!
I wouldn't have known that.
I know.
This is fair. Umbra is Forest Child.
And bonus action again. Turi. Take him.
Thank you.
+1. That's why I switch
Thanks.
these.
Just gonna keep this over here so I didn't have an extra token.
Fair. We'll probably search that body later.
Yeah.
Right side, he does not have the desire to stab his friend.
Fair.
It's now this person's turn. What would they do? They kind of their hands are still up. They're kind of look at the one that's unconscious. Looks at everyone who's probably giving like a look of like, "How dare you surrender?" kind of thing.
Mm.
She's gonna sidestep over here and fire off a short bow at this one because they know what they're gonna do. No, natural 1.
Oof.
Don't let them get away.
Noted.
It's now his turn. That's one unconscious. He's stable. Now it's Christine's turn. Bonus action, she's gonna do Healing Word at 2nd level to Umbra. Because Healy the Healy. You regain 10 points back, Umbra.
Cool.
And then she's gonna hop up into bed and stab this one. Advantage. That gives her rapier 8. So that's 18 to hit. Which will definitely hit. 5 points of piercing. No one expects the child. It's not his turn. He's going to use his bonus action to disengage. 5, 10. Action open door. 20, 25, 30. He's balding.
I'm gonna
No.
fix that.
Listen, he didn't make far.
No! He's just gonna run to the hall. Bonus action! Hunter's Mark him instead. Move it over. That way, even if he does escape, I can keep track of him.
Oh, Good, I can still reach him if I run.
Yeah, this will probably miss, unfortunately. It's a 12. It's gonna miss.
Oh,
Yeah.
What? But at least he's marked.
Tasty hiccup.
At that time.
okay.
Probably gonna move like over here so that way people can come out. Ah!
Sarkas.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 10, 15, 20, 30. No, he'll move 25. Because the pike is a 10-foot reach.
Would not necessarily suggest leaving our hostage alone for the two instead.
Yeah. It's fine. He's gonna stab out with the pike. He's gonna do a shanky shank.
Do a
Long
shanky
range
shank.
shanky shank. I do the shank. Let's see. Stay up. 21 to hit.
21 hits. Roll damage.
12 points of stabby damage.
Okay. Not bloodied yet.
No matter where you run, we'll be able to find you. And it won't be pretty for you. Bonus action. What do you got? Bonus action. Oh, also, I just realized. Oh no, spiritual weapons, not concentration. Never mind. I
Nope.
realized nothing.
It isn't.
Oh. He's.
Drag is
Damn.
having a bad time, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
What I miss?
Hi. You disconnected again.
I see this. What I miss?
Not much.
Mr. Poisoner 3 got shanky.
Yeah.
Long range by 10 feet.
Eth.
That's all he's gonna do.
Ethan probably yelling, "Do not leave the hostage alone."
Gonna look at this guy, look out the door.
Their hands are still up at this point. Well, one's holding the bow still, but they're kind of like their hands up.
She's gonna look at Christine and Umbra and go, "I'm not leaving this room." She's like, no.
Oh, no.
Could tie her up.
Just
If Turi
yeah,
would think of that.
gonna like hold a hand out for this guy's bow, basically. Like just go like bow, because if they're surrendering, she wants weapons on hand now.
They will shake their head. And they look toward the door.
I'm pretty sure your friend. Wait, are there more of you?
Shakes her head.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be taken care of. You're not leaving this room.
They just stare at you. They're not giving the bow.
What do I got? I don't have anything that's like single person target, so I can't like go out there and just go yeet. I do have a short bow.
Can you eat? Too bad we don't have a gnome for you to eat.
But I'm not gonna. Are you going to stay here? You gotta ask this thing.
I won't go far at the very least.
You trying to help kill this thing?
I can't let him leave.
Okay, this one is still like unconscious and not dying.
They are.
Everything.
They are not waking up for a while.
I-
Those might be a bit broken.
Imagine an upswing from a warhammer.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Yeah.
clunk.
I guess Turi will focus her turn on tying that one up. Whoops,
Jesus.
Sorry. I hit
That
buttons.
poor rogue.
I hit buttons. I'm sorry.
Yeah, whipped him with the rope. That's a couple failed death saves.
Go ahead and make me a dex check to see. Mostly, this is more how fast you can do it, basically.
How fast? How tight?
16?
Okay. Also, it'll take. You'll after this turn, he'll be fairly certain he's secured.
Shooter, hog time.
Okay, that's what she'll spend her turn doing.
Mm. Okay, Umbra.
Hmm. Okay, treat that situation. It seems to be pretty good. 5, 10, 15. Since I know Umbra now 100% know poison is bad. Pretty 20.
That'll hit.
Cool. So weird shadowy hand happens.
Mm.
And remind me the damage on Shield Touch was.
Necrotic.
Yeah, I remember that. I just don't.
I think it's a D8.
D8. Yeah. 1d8.
7.
7. Okay. They are now bloodied.
And cannot heal.
Until the start of your next turn, I believe.
Yes. Now I'm useful, kind of.
All you're gonna do, you have a bonus action you wish to do.
Remind me, my clockwork thing only works from people I can see, right?
Effectively, yes. You have to be able to see your target.
I can't see this one, can I?
No.
Yeah, Ethan, take a, Ethan gets a 4.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Nice.
fancy.
Nice.
No, that's all I got.
Okay. You watch they come up with the bow on their back. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 as they draw 2 daggers, because they had 4 daggers on them, technically.
I surrender. Drops dagger. Aha, more dagger.
It's a rogue.
Oh!
You expect 7 of the damn things.
Right. Oh no.
Pop the dice tray.
Oh.
Dirty 20 for the first one. And that is going to be 7 points of piercing. And the second attack is a 16, and this is only 1 point of piercing. Because it does not add the dex. And we lost her again.
Yeah. Turi and the spiritual weapon guarding the hog-tied hostage.
It's fine.
Just gonna run up and try to attack him.
No. Stab, stab.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Oh no.
I rolled a 16 on a die and they have a 14 AC. I'm like, yeah, no. Math is not needed here. She actually killed him.
Oof.
Oh my gosh!
She did 2 points over his health.
Oh, so proud.
Little ones. However many kills.
Yeah, and I'm just going to... 'cause technically, we are no longer in initiative because the ones that are...
Is Umbra still bloody? Does he hear enough to tell me that?
Sorry, what was that?
Umbra's still not looking good.
Nah, she's fine.
So don't
Kiddo
heal
brought
her.
Yeah. The kiddo brought her above bloody.
Oh, I want to use this D6 on somebody.
Fair.
So who looks worse off?
I have 11 HP.
Who will heal you?
Token, I'm putting you over here. Damn.
I've been sitting at 11 for a hot minute.
You'll be fine.
You're
I'm
fine.
waiting to go down, honestly.
I mean, I could have Sarkas hit you with his warhammer.
No.
Okay.
You get 22 back.
I am almost back to full. That's nice. Thank you.
No problem. He's probably gonna look at the one standing in the corner.
Menacing.
They're kind of like leaned up against the corner. One answers, kill that one. Or I can do it.
Why?
Pats Turi on the shoulder. You got this. He's just gonna walk over. Down my token on my end, so I was like, oh, well, okay.
You know, I still want to know why I need to kill him before I just do this.
Because if they find anyone of them that is alive finds out that I surrendered, my life is in danger.
She'll just turn around and just stab down with her sword.
Easy enough to do.
Yeah.
He will.
Better be worth it.
He will heal her 8 points so she's not so eh.
Okay.
Probably just lean against the wall.
She's now above half. She'll pull her hood down.
Ew.
He said you guys were strong.
What are you doing, Jay?
I don't know. I was trying to move the token, but I realized it doesn't go higher than that.
Jeez Louise, everything is
What's my lip height?
lagging.
Ah, that's why.
Come on, there it goes.
She's gonna set her bed. Appreciate it for the healing.
Willing to help somebody. Willing to help somebody who's willing to help us. whether it's selfish or not.
If I'd wanted you dead, you would be dead.
Hmm.
I didn't coat any of my daggers in poison.
Oh.
I was asked not to.
Oh.
I was confronted by somebody. Got leaned against the wall again.
Confronted.
A very persuasive individual.
Would this be an individual that describes our friend?
You talking about you're the one that helped Christine, you guys?
Yeah.
She'll nod. That's what the roll was for earlier. Whether or not he would intervene.
Oh.
Mm.
And then there was a contested persuasion and wisdom save, and she may not have succeeded at all.
Mm.
No.
That's fine.
Persuasive psychopath.
Fine, that's one of his expertise skills. He seemed keen on you getting information.
I will have to thank him later.
Yeah.
And I'll give it as long as I can walk away from this.
Hmm. I have no objections. What about you guys?
He'll look at her. You aren't the one I have quarrel with.
Umbra is saving her answer depending on what Turi says.
Don't have a problem with any of it. Just...
Silently moves away from door.
You know, fair. Very fair.
What's your intention with the fifth claw?
I don't know. Answers to get noticed. You pick.
If you find him and face him, he's going to attempt to kill you.
No kidding. Had no idea.
Very much well aware of that. They did something very stupid.
I see it. You guys won't be able to handle him. Kind of crossing her arms.
Really.
Ethan standing there at full health.
So is Sarkas.
You barely handled the blackies. And I didn't even give you a full punch.
They had some issues hitting me.
They never tried to hit me.
They are the recruits, after all. I am the lieutenant, technically.
I
There's a reason
would
why
like,
she was higher level.
Mhm.
You know.
I would like to just offer a bit of advice. You need smarter recruits.
Hmm.
More of that poison has more of an effect. This would have been my next move, and she holds out another one of those, similar to what you saw get splash against the ground and let the cloud out, Umbra. This poison, let's say it's strong enough to knock out. Few elephants.
I'm going to assume that's like a big animal or something.
Yes.
Or even a small dragon at that point, fair.
I love the Sarkas saying that they needed smarter recruits and then Umbra.
Seen an elephant?
I know. I just.
There are no zoos in the forest.
Okay. So if you don't think that we stand a chance or stood a chance against you, granted I did take a bit of damage, you willing to help us or give us pointers?
You want me to turn against him?
You already have.
Not necessarily. Just give us some advice.
Advice? Go to a different town.
That's not an option.
It's really not.
Build up an immunity to poison.
Halfway
I
there.
only have so much of that.
It's just...
He's much larger than most people, and he has some magic equipment on him as well. Heaven forbid whoever gets targeted by his bow.
Sounds pleasant.
It's not.
Hmm.
God, think for a second.
Ethan's currently like just thinking of, well, what can they do strategy-wise?
I know this may be a lot to ask, but do you mind if I have a moment to talk with somebody? She'll hold a coin, a sending coin. Or a sending stone, technically. Sending a stone.
Shrugs.
I suppose, if everyone else is okay with that.
No, we can't really stop her from using it, even if we said no.
Good point.
I could have done it without having to speak out loud, but I figured I'd be open. She'll take a moment. She'll get a respond. She kind of pulls the, like she's got that mask and she pulls it up a little bit and kind of looks at the rest of you. Fine, I will help. I can lead you there, and I can at least make sure you have an extra hand if you need it.
Well, that'll work.
At the very least, I can guarantee you he'll be alone. Not like that would mean anything. He doesn't necessarily need guards. All I ask is at least a rest on my end.
Oh, there's no objections there.
Yeah, you kind of interrupted
Not at
ours,
all.
so...
Go with this. I'll meet you here in this tavern.
Alright.
Seem amenable.
Yeah, he'll nod. Take it my alright didn't come through, so yes, he will nod.
Yeah, Sarkas.
He looks at Turi.
Looks annoyed, but nods.
Hey, we still have more information than we had.
Yeah. And they're at least gonna get to this guy, but it's still just one of those, like... She's not entirely sure she trusts this person.
She'll step toward the door. I'll meet you downstairs in the morning.
Mhm.
Seems like a plan.
You may want to lock that window better.
Mhm.
It's just step out the door.
Was there anything on the bodies before they go to bed?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
A few daggers. Go ahead and roll me investigation and see. We'll see what survived.
Yay.
I'm not going to roll that, I'll help somebody else.
Fair.
It depends on who's all investigating.
I will investigate, but give it Ethan advantage.
Okay.
He probably has a good one.
Not really.
Uh,
He only has a +3, he's not proficient.
I has +2.
Yeah, it's only a 14, even with advantage.
14.
Wait, does Ethan still have the +4? Did he use that?
I guess, no, yeah, he can use that, 18. Plus he already had advantage if Turi's helping, so,
I rolled a
or vice versa.
total.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Besides, like, there are arrows. They do have some arrows.
Ooh!
Between three of them. Between the three of them, they actually have 60 arrows.
Oh!
Replacements and extras. Oh my!
Fuck yeah!
One full quiver. And he only fired the one, and it just kind of stuck in the other person's body.
And you can recover an arrow.
He's just gonna... Well, no, he only had 16 because the 4 got used.
Right.
Yeah, so now you have another 60 technically.
Yeah. He is taking those.
Look, heck
That is
yeah.
fair.
Replace the ones you lost and some. There you go.
And there are 3 potent poisons. It is a DC 14 con save. Failed, they're poisoned. They take 2d8 poison damage either.
How much? Hold on, you're going to repeat that. It said 14 DC con save and what?
And if they fail that, they are poisoned for a minute. Otherwise, in their way, they take 2d8 poison damage.
Okay.
It takes an action to apply it to a weapon, and it lasts for a minute or until you kill it. It's like any other poison.
Okay.
I think you can. What did it say about the? I think it's different. Is it how much ammunition does that thing? In fact, let's see. Okay, it only affects one weapon or one piece of ammunition, effectively.
Hmm.
So let's go over here for now. 'Cause I know where she's going.
Fun fact, Ethan has an herbalism kit. So unless anybody wants one of those, he's gonna hold on to them.
They wouldn't serve Umbra any good.
Yeah, but
I
the same
have
with
fire.
Fair.
I see same with Sarkas because he could drench his pipe.
He's not sure if this guy is also immune is the issue.
Yeah.
After watching Umbra.
I don't think Chris I would want poison.
Fair.
Yeah, no.
The wrong character for what I was about to say. Oh, it's a good drink.
You guys take your long rest.
Yeah, that would be a nice thing.
It'd be nice that one day. No! You all get a long rest. Nothing else attacks you in the night. Wake up in the morning. Are you just gonna wait down in the tavern until she arrives?
Probably.
Okay.
And 8 is still in effect?
No,
We rested.
before. Yeah.
Okay.
It lasts 8 hours.
Right.
I'm just going to erase this stuff now.
Fair.
Because these are no longer needed.
Whee.
Also, mark these last 2 rooms because I counted how many rooms might have been used.
Yeah, no, might be important.
Unfortunate for them, they were spotted by the assassins and they may have knocked them out. So there wasn't witnesses.
Yeah, to be fair, Ethan would have made sure that other body wasn't in the hallway last night.
Yeah.
Probably just left the bodies in there, because what are they gonna do to dispose of them?
Let me tell you, we'll keep that as a spell. Cough, protection, poison.
I'm gonna see what spells he would have prepared. Oh, we do this
swapped
talk.
out ceremony for rating. Not rating.
Go ahead and as you guys are gathering yourself, go ahead and make me perception checks.
Shit,
No. 10.
Okay.
oh, that's not what I did. Hey.
Why is
Yeah.
Because total 3.
Oh,
Ugh.
gross.
What was a plus one?
Okay. They did not roll well on their stealth. Anyone who got a 15 or higher, you notice Jolvin coming from upstairs. And attempting to go to the door.
Do we let him go?
Hmm? What?
It nods over towards Jolvin.
Takes out a copper piece and throws it at him.
He turns. Oh, fancy meeting you all here.
Right.
As I remove the copper piece.
Ethan's just gonna give him that bullshit look.
So does Sarkas.
I just exist in this world.
What you guys doing? He kind of comes over.
Mm-hmm.
Certain you already know. Sis.
Oh, right. You guys are poking a bear. How'd that go?
Well.
Let's see. Oh no.
Jolvin gets hit with an arrow. No.
No, Turi is the one that knows the everything.
Oh.
The other thing?
Oh.
You know, another person coming from upstairs, from the rooms above. Your assassin friend.
Oh my.
Oh.
They
Gonna
were 19 in their stealth.
Oh, I'm sad. There's Snarky or
glance
Mark
over
with
there.
fire.
Glance at Jolvin. You two have a discussion last night or something.
No. Well, technically, but earlier in the night.
Insight?
You may certainly attempt.
Same though. How does your... Oh jeez.
18 on the die.
I rolled an 11.
Oh, well.
Let's see. Only Sarkas beat his 21 deception.
Ah.
It's our XP skill. Deception.
Close. Mostly dire.
Yeah, he. There was probably more at one point that he talked to her. Or interacted with her.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Of course. Now, if you'll excuse me. I'm gonna go clean up something. Go walk upstairs. He might be disposing of things.
You know?
Burn the bodies.
Not in the tavern, at least.
Fine, throw the bodies out the window, then burn them in the alley.
Are you all prepared?
Yeah.
Can I detect and purify food and drink? Wow. Okay. I can't do anything about that. That's fine. Don't
Yeah,
worry
why do you
about
think
it.
I switched out a spell that I realized he has the option to prep for?
Yeah.
Lesser restoration.
Does that cure poison?
It does. It cures
Oh,
blind, deaf, paralyzed, or poison.
Huh. Maybe I should look at the spells I have prepared. Okay, look. I looked at it, I didn't think about it.
Yeah. Probably still gonna switch out one more first or second, but I'm looking through his spells right now.
That's
Mm.
fair.
Yeah.
We'll just go look up. How long will it take us? If we leave from here, maybe an hour, 2 at most. Okay. And she is going to cast Aid again.
That's fair.
You know what? She's going to cast it again on Umbra for sure. Definitely an Ethan, and it's a tie between Sarkas and Turi, which one she would do.
I can start dealing out some temp HP. Actually, how long does that temp HP last?
Until you rest.
Neat. Yeah, I'm gonna start dealing that out. Because I can do that for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a lot, but it'll still be something.
She'll do it for Sarkas this time.
Alright. Ethan gets 2 temp HP.
Now.
I apparently get that. Our new friend gets 2 just because. Little Miss gets. Not Little Miss. That is. Umbra gets 2. Christine gets 4. And I'll type this for him, but I'll say it out loud as well. Sarkas gets, unfortunately, 1.
Oof. Fair enough.
At least do that.
Pre-travel, just do the mage armor thing. No.
Fair.
She kind of looks at you a little bit weird, Turi, because she just sees you place like this shimmering force around some of that kind of like it's like think like a purple suit of armor that fades after a second. She's kind of not seen that before.
She just kind of shrugs. I have no idea.
Mhm.
Went to a cave. Things happened.
Appears over Tyrion's head. Of course, I waste a 4 on this.
Oh, good.
Remember, the gear one is a minute.
Yeah, I figured it's a bonus action. I'm like, well, she's confused
Sure.
about Terry's weird shit. I continue to show off Umbra's weird shit.
Yeah, it is an at-will ability too. So
Yeah. It's gonna happen. It's free.
Bruh.
I can do something interesting in 4 minutes that require a roll. I'm sorry, a minute.
Do something.
Don't mind me. I've been going through spells this entire time.
Yeah,
There.
that's fair. Feel that. I hope you guys don't mind sewers.
Oh, fun.
Don't bother me. Good question.
Kind of.
I really hope you guys aren't going to look at Ethan for that help, because that might be one of the spells he unprepped.
Fine. That's fair.
It's fine.
It's fine. She might be able to help.
See how well this all works out.
Welcome back. The Sarkas have a problem with sewers.
No.
And can he be quiet and stealthy?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I could take off his medium armor.
I don't recommend that.
No, she would recommend against it as well.
Look, he can go commando.
Oh my.
Said it isn't already.
There's a child present.
Yeah, no. He
She's
wouldn't
old
need to
enough
push
for the
himself.
talk.
Let's go then. I can assist. when
Wait,
close
Sarkas
enough.
didn't have aid last time.
He didn't.
I was confused by the again.
I'm stoked who got it
Hmm.
last time. I misremembered.
Fair.
Uh,
Alright, and then has an extra one.
one temp.
One temp. Health of 38 currently. Ah. It's clobbering time. Wait, wrong.
If you guys are ready to go, she will lead you there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I am ready.
Has
She'll
ranged.
start like walking through the sewers. I will draw stuff as I line myself up.
You know?
She leads you through like a lot of twisting turns and stuff like that. You get the sense that if you hadn't known where you're going, you probably would get lost. But eventually well, that is fucked. Erase, you bastard. Like I had that straight, but it was like, nah, I'm not straight. I'm gonna kind of go off in this direction now.
Yeah, it's really hard to get it perfect when you make bigger boxes.
Yeah, and this actually was a little bit a narrower path because she's leading you guys on an offshoot. It seems like it's not exactly supposed to be sewers. But before she gets to that point,
Sorry about
she will pull out a small little whip. It looks like a crow, like a carved wooden crow,
Mm-hmm.
and then she snaps the head off of.
Ah.
And as it does, this shadow envelops you as it casts Pass All Trace. It was a consumable item.
Huh.
Oh.
Helpful.
Very.
So if you wish to stealth, you may stealth with a +10 added to your normal.
Shall we
Let's
move
see
over here?
Let's roll that. Advantage.
Oh,
I feel like Christine's going to also give Sarkas Bardic Inspiration.
Of course, I rolled this high.
oh my gosh.
The die. That was a 19 with the die.
Whew.
This poor die is draining all of the luck in the things.
Or in the back as well.
Shuffleboard.
Probably the lowest Ethan has gotten on his health in a while, or his stealth in a
So
while.
I have a legit question here. What is her bardic inspiration die? D6. Okay.
She's only level 3.
Okay, there's a reason I'm asking.
Wow. Right. I forgot Christine's expertise in stealth.
You know.
Okay, let me do math here.
Okay, I'm gonna put him over
Um,
here so he's not shooting through 3 people to shoot.
Fair.
I rolled a 4 on the D6.
Sarkas and Ethan are doing well.
Uh-huh. So, do 3 total. Before the plus 10 from Pass Without a Trace. Fine.
She will also have introduced herself as Schutze.
Shoot, see.
Let's see.
Not to be confused with Shih Tzu.
Well, if you've ever looked at Yanti names, they're really weird.
Mm-hmm.
May have used a name generator to get her name.
Also very fair.
Should we have the 2 least stealthy ones in the very back?
It's fine.
No,
I don't see a problem with this.
I feel like with her roll, she would be pretty up here. Could be in a stealthy element. Maybe because shadows were involved. Who knows?
A perception check for him.
I'm more worried actually
No.
giving away people that are around us.
No.
I have a drink. That's all that matters.
No dying.
Let's see.
I'm dying yet.
What is our... Wow. He doesn't see any of you fuckers.
Oof.
With a 15 perception.
Ooh, barely.
Oh.
Air high fiving.
If it hadn't been for that pass without trace, he would have spotted 2 of you.
Yeah.
So I'll say
If you
guys
hadn't
can-
been for Trace, I would have had a 7 total.
you can get to about here before entering any further. This big open room.
Ah.
She's gonna kind of stay behind Ethan
There.
because it's Bard.
Squish.
He's not hard to spot. 'Cause he didn't see you, so he didn't think to hide. He's working on some poisons or something, we expect. This large snake person.
Okay then.
I want that sword.
You see a scimitar and a longbow on him.
Oh, that's going.
You guys have a surprise round. Roll for initiative to see what's your order.
Oh, come on!
He will not act this round because he is surprised.
Much better.
I'm
I'm
mad.
very concerned with what this die has decided to do.
What the
Nat 20.
Ethan? Nice.
Very fun.
Hey, hi.
Have
Welcome
fun,
to my
guys.
advantage shenanigans. Turi.
I rolled awful. It like tried to tilt and then it just fell right back on the 3.
What is the range on this spell?
How long does long shooter last? Hold on.
Hour.
Like an hour.
10 minutes, maybe. Is it an hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's either 10 minutes or an hour. It is one of the two, but it lasts a
Yeah,
while.
Yeah.
Hour.
Yeah.
It's an hour. Would it have taken us an hour to get down here?
Yeah. Like,
It was an hour. Yeah.
Okay. Then I wouldn't have cast that before we got here.
Yeah, she said it would take an hour or two to get down here.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
So Christine goes right there.
Assume Umbra will move if he goes to run past her.
Well, both these NPCs tied for initiative here.
Nice.
Okay. So we're initiating the combat musics.
Mm.
Oh no. God. Might be funny.
Actually, he'd be more centered. That bothered me. Centered. Anyways, let's look at our order here. Holy fuck! So Ethan, Sarkas, and Umbra. Way the
Umbra
fuck
before
up there.
Sarkas.
I don't wanna talk about it.
What did you roll anyways? Fire.
I rolled a 3.
My deepest condolences.
Bring it.
Snap your shots.
In boot.
Alright, Ethan.
There. Okay. Yeah, he will run in the room. I don't know if it's disadvantage or not, but he cast Fairy Fire on him. So I need a dex save.
Right?
Yeah. I don't know if a surprise round affects that, but
No, but he also has magical resistance. But his dex is not the greatest. I also rolled an 18 on a die.
Ugh. Damn.
It
I was
would've been a
trying.
4 on a die.
I was trying. I was hoping that that would affect it with being a surprise round, but apparently not.
No,
Much sad.
Unfortunately. It was a good thought, though, because that would fuck up half his shit. It's fine.
Well, that's really all he can do at the moment, other than if he were to cast Hunter's Mark, but he's not going to use as many spell slots this time. Because concentrations are now a thing. He has several.
Yeah.
Alright, Sarkas and Umbra.
I'm gonna go first.
Alrighty. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Thank you. Okay. I am going to magically grasp him with a dark hand of chilliness.
Okay.
Hi, welcome to Chili's.
Which will probably miss with the fuck. Where's my table? With an 11.
An 11 does miss.
An attempt was made.
Sarkas.
We're not
Bonus
doing
action.
well on the surprise round.
That
So
was the
far?
question. Since he's surprised, do we have advantage?
Attack rolls would have advantage currently.
Oh shit. Okay.
Considered hidden.
That's
yeah.
that's why I was asking, because I was like, wait a
Oh.
minute.
Yeah, don't forget about that number.
So that's a 17 on the die, plus
That-
6.
That hits.
Cool.
Roll damage.
That's 2 necrotic.
2 necrotic.
And he can't heal. Bonus action. I can't see anyone other than Ethan right now, so Ethan gets a toe.
Toe.
Oh.
A toe. Wait, can I use that on the enemy to penalize her? No, I don't think so. Okay, never mind. Continue. That's my turn.
Let's see.
Sarkas, what you gonna do?
See, because it's a surprise round,
Mhm.
and there's already advantage on the target, he wouldn't do this one thing this round. He might do it next one, though. 5, 10, 20, 25, 30. He will stop here, because that's as far as he can go without dashing. And he wants to smack him with thumb.
Okay.
He gonna try, let's see. You're gonna hit him with a left and a right and a left. And I need a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. That is a 17.
Damn. Bonus action. How far away is he? 10, 15, 20, 30, 40. Spiritual weapon behind him.
You mean in front of him?
Yeah, because he's facing
right,
away
he's
from us.
facing away.
from you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
spiritual weapon is going to spawn in front of him and just smack him in the face. When
Alright,
suddenly,
roll with
mace.
Roll with advantage.
When suddenly, mace. Oh my god, for advantage. First roll was a 4 on the die. Second roll was a 15 on the die, so dirty 20.
That hits. Roll damage.
6 points of force.
Okay. That is all you can do.
Yeah, his Toll the Dead failed.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. She's kind of moving. She saw what you were attempting to do.
Mhm.
Heck, maybe hopefully make that easier. And she's going to use her bonus action to do unsettling words on him. And then she's going to cast Bane on him.
Jesus Christ.
Hopefully, but he may not use that next time. We'll see. I have another idea that may or may not piss this guy off
Yeah.
eventually.
You know,
Well, that would be a 16, which would save. But minus 4. He is baned.
Oh.
Yeah. Hoping that at least keep him from hitting people.
Mhm.
And she saw how well he was resisting spells. So we're gonna mark off one of her bardic inspirations. That's all she can do. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And she's gonna fire her short bow. With advantage. What is your to hit? That's a 15, which misses. Oh, there goes the assassinate.
Eh.
Yeah, assassin rogue. But unfortunately, that missed. She will use her bonus action to attempt to hide, though, by sidestepping behind something over here.
fair.
Some like pipes that are in the wall. She's still affected by pass fail trace, and anybody within 30 feet of her as well. Because that token kind of sticks around her more so than anybody, anything else. It's like a cloud. So that's a 32.
Yeah,
She's fucking gone. Now it's Turi's turn. Pretty surprising.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. She's going to, with her action, because she's just too dang far away, and dashing's just gonna get her up there, and that's about it.
Oh, I'm sure he'll come to us.
Yeah, so,
Or he'll shoot us. One of the two is gonna happen.
yeah, she'll get to him next round, it's no biggie. She is, however, going to cast Ice Knife at him.
Okay. It's an attack roll first.
Yes, it is a ranged attack roll.
You have advantage.
That's just cold, man.
Yeah.
How are you gonna do
Point.
that?
That is 19 to hit because of the advantage.
That hits.
And I need him to make a dex save. DC is 12, it's not a lot.
Okay. You got a 17 with the Bane.
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, he doesn't take the extra 2d6, but he does take 7 points of piercing damage.
Ooh. Is that the end of your turn?
That's all I got.
He turns around at this point, noticing you guys. Because that all happened like in 6 seconds, and he's like, that. Ethan, you're up.
I have a really dumb idea.
I'm in favor of this already.
What are his surface thoughts? I'm casting Detect Thoughts.
Ooh. That's hot.
Surface thoughts right now are.
Does it seem like he's targeting anybody or anything like that?
You see it, he's like, because he's kind of scanning all of you. He's thinking he's traitor, easy prey, too melee orientated, child, and another range individual. Best target, either the ranged or the caster. So he seems to be targeting either you or Umbra.
Now I have a question for you, DM. Can he yell over to Umbra to warn her that she might get attacked?
He could,
And, like, prepare himself to... Yeah, like, would that count as a help or anything?
I will say this.
This is a good... I've never thought about using Detect Thoughts as the maybe it could help avoid attacks?
What is your casting stat?
Wisdom?
Wisdom, right?
Yes.
What's the modifier?
4.
I will say, because this, I don't like the idea of just giving advantage or disadvantage for this, because it's... But I like the idea of, because you're using this to read his thoughts, you and Umbra both can add your 4 wisdom modifier to your AC for this round.
Oh, get it!
I mean, like I said, dumb idea, because he probably just drew attention, but...
Yeah.
But it throws off anything he might have been planning.
His vision snaps to you.
That's all he can do, though, because it takes an action to cast that.
Sarkas and Umbra's turn.
Actually, he'll move a little further away, noticing the attention from child.
Drag, you're muted.
Oh, so I have like next to nothing I want to burn a spell slot on right now because it's either poison or this dude is alone.
Fair.
Fair.
Very fair.
No, I don't have advantage anymore with this.
You.
Fuck me. I have a 12.
That misses.
I'm sad. We can heal again.
Be good.
Bonus action. Now that I can see people. This is a tough call. Although noticing Sarkas was pretty quick to act. Sarkas, you get a 3.
Alright.
Does that only affect one person at a time?
Not a time, like,
Mm.
she can only target one person at a time.
Ah,
She
okay.
can't affect the same person twice until that's been used or the minute's up.
Ah, okay.
So would you like to see a magic?
Yes. Anything with cards?
No. This one has
Damn.
to do with light.
Ooh, the light burns my eyeballs.
Yeah, it's a good thing you're not close to him then. So is that all Umbra can do?
Oh yeah, that's all I got.
Cool. Already counted out 30 feet. Before he does what he's going to do, the spiritual weapon's going to bop him in the back of the head.
Fair.
That is an 18 to hit.
That hits.
That is going to be... Please respond. Chrome. Force.
How much force?
9.
9.
And this is where things get fun. Bonus action, he's going to cast Branding Smite. And the weapon he's casting it on, because the weapon he has a 10-foot range with, is his pike.
Alright. So you don't have your shield. Got it.
Nope, it is his AC is currently 16. But he's going to stab out with his pike.
Roll to hit.
That is a 19 to hit.
19 will hit. Roll damage.
It's going to be 9 points of piercing with the magic pike, along with 8 points of radiant.
Or how much? Can you give me the total real quick? I'm trying to math something real quick.
17 total.
17 total? Okay.
17 total. And let's see. If the target was invisible, it becomes visible, and the target sheds dim light in a 5-foot radius and can't become invisible until the spell ends.
Okay. Good to know. Is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn.
Okay. Oh, what are you gonna do, Christine? No one's really getting hurt yet. She's gonna pull her violin and start playing. You hear like a sour note. She do vicious mockery. You gotta make me a saving throw with advantage. So it's a wisdom save, yes. That is the 16 minus 3, so 13. He fails. His next attack has disadvantage, and he takes 4 points of psychic damage. Maxis. Hooray!
Nice job, kid.
and she'll continue playing. And Turi, you will get a bardic inspiration.
Yay! I get a
Goes.
D6.
She can kind of try to spread that around a bit. And she knows you were having trouble hitting, so that's another reason why she did that. 5, 10. She's just gonna kind of step over there. She's not trying to clump up, but she does want to get a little closer.
Yeah.
She is not getting closer, and she will attack from her stealth position.
Fair.
That's an 18 on the die. That'll definitely hit. Short bow, it's another D6. That's 15 points of piercing damage to him. And she will attempt to hide again by moving a little bit. She's kind of like moving and hiding, and that's a natural 20.
Ooh.
Oh.
He's like kind of poking up from like the pipes and the walls, kind of thing, like that, and kind of like shifting around in there.
I'm imagining like the gopher from Caddyshack just. Whoop.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Ah, that's a rogue thing.
Yep.
It's now his turn, and he'll draw his bow. Looking at you, even.
Yeah, I had a
Tap one of
feeling.
the gems on it, and through the bow, cast Hunter's Mark on you.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
You don't like me.
And
No.
bonus action, he's gonna drink a healing potion.
Oh. Good.
Oh, sorry, no, he can't drink the healing potion. He used the thing. Never mind, he's not gonna do that. However, he will run the arrow across his teeth for the poison.
That's
An attempt
cool, but
to make
like...
2 attacks.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh god.
First one disadvantage. Thank God that was disadvantage. That was a 19 on the die.
Oof.
This bow has a special effect. Anything at Hunter's Marks, if it rolls a 19 or 20, is a crit. So that would have been a crit had it not been for the disadvantage.
Ethan should steal this bow, just saying.
How big it's, but yeah, you know, unfortunately, his is a part of his class thing. He can attune to different bows, though, to give the +1 to it.
That is a 15 to hit.
With the +4, that'll miss.
Second attack. This is a flat roll. So that is a dirty 20.
I'm gonna use my reaction to nope. Makes it a 23.
23. There you go. Yeah. By the way, this is not a thing you want to get hit with.
Only got so many reactions, so I'm gonna use what I can.
You know?
Yeah. That's all he can do, Turi.
Oh, hi. Hi, it's my turn. Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Hi, 30!
Glances down at you.
What's up, buddy? Yeah, I'm gonna two-handed swing sword at him.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna use the bardic.
It's D6.
I don't think a 13's gonna hit though.
No. It does not.
Gosh, dang it all.
Is that all you can do? Or you can do...
My bonus actions are heal,
Stab.
I
Wait,
can't
no.
stab. I don't have an offhand weapon, and I two-handed my greatsword, so like.
Yeah, luckily he hasn't hit anybody yet.
Yeah, I unfortunately can't do anything else because everybody still has their temp.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah, fun.
Remember when I said this was a dumb idea? He's gonna use his action to try to pry deeper.
Oh.
It's an intelligence saving throw.
It's a wisdom.
Ooh, wisdom. It's cocked.
Yeah, it says make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, you gain insight on things.
That's a 9 total. With the Bane subtracting the
He
1.
does not save. He is aware that I'm doing this, apparently. That is a thing.
Yeah.
But he can't stop you. That's the funny part.
So I can get insight on its emotional state and something that looms large on its mind.
Okay. Emotional state, he seems calm.
Hmm.
Something that looms large on his mind, the table behind him. Specifically, a certain vial.
Can he figure out which vial that is by chance?
Yep, you see a vial of a black liquid.
He's gonna look right at it. Would he yell that out to deal with the vial is the question. Because now he's concerned what the vial does, and why this guy's concerned about it. Yeah, he would announce it. Destroy it or something, do something with it.
Yeah. Right around there, actually.
I don't think this guy is gonna like that he keeps doing this.
Oh no. He's not happy.
That's fine. That's my turn. I have to concentrate on this.
Fine. We can do things, I guess. Maybe.
Sarkas and Umbra's turn. Sure, muted.
I'm here. Sorry, I was reading into a thing. So do something with the vial, huh?
Yeah, he would have said what it was, or like, see, this seems to yeah, deal with it.
30. Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So I'm within 30 feet of the table behind him, correct? I'm
Correct.
sorry. 30.
Essentially, right where the spiritual weapon, kind of that general area is the table.
Cool,
He was-
cool.
he was
So,
right
Mage Hand,
Which
which I can apparently can manipulate an object or pour out the contents of a vial.
Mm-hmm.
technically.
I would like to do that.
Okay. He sees you do this, by the way.
I am okay with this.
As you
Kind of.
watch the table rapidly rot away as it ages away.
Ooh. Oh, that seems like a problem.
Hey, me not attacking has helped us.
Yeah.
He is now angry and is staring directly at Umbra.
Oh no, friend.
I can take a stab. I don't think I could take that.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Who doesn't have a fancy gear right now? Turi, you don't have one, correct?
I do not.
Have a fancy gear. Of a
Please.
2.
Okay. I would like it.
I'm in danger. And I've used all my movement, so that's my turn.
I mean, it was better than it being used on us.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm still in
Yeah. Sarkas.
This is gonna be fun. He will step forward. And will reach out and touch the scales.
Okay, make an attack roll.
And cast Inflict Wounds. Let's see. 23 to hit.
That hits. Roll damage. He's not bloodied yet.
That is 23 points of necrotic damage.
He's not bloodied yet.
I don't like that because the spiritual weapon's gonna bap him in the back of the head too.
We've also barely hit him.
Yeah.
We're-
It's done a decent
we're-
amount of damage.
18 to hit.
Early
18
into this fight.
Is 1 over his AC.
Jeez, come on.
That's gonna be max damage, 11 points of force damage.
Okay.
I guess still not bloodied yet.
Nope.
Fuck. Okay, that's fine. This is fine. Guys, this is fine. I don't know why you're panicking. Guys, this is fine.
Ethan's not. He's purposely being an asshole by reading his thoughts.
Fair.
That's
Turi's
fair.
focused.
Can
There's no
Sarkas
panic
see?
here.
Can Sarkas see him looking at him?
Umbra has no reason to panic. It's great.
He is definitely looking at Umbra.
Umbra, guess
Everything
what?
is fine.
Your AC's increased by 2. Shield of Faith on Umbra. That's his bonus action.
Cool.
Okay.
His actions inflict wounds. Spiritual weapon didn't have to move, so smack him back in the head. And then Shield of Faith is bonus. Okay. I had to make sure all my things were in line. Cool.
Gotcha.
Anyways.
I'm also assuming I no longer had that +4 from the.
He didn't have to warn you this time.
Yeah.
Alright, never mind.
You just know you're in danger.
Fine.
It's fine. Christine is going to again viciously mock him. So he is
We really are just that party belittling this guy and just, you
he
know?
succeeded.
Your scales could be defeated by butter.
Well, to be fair, he can also make an intelligence check on his turn to try to end Ethan's thought process, but it takes his action. Or yeah. It's a contested intelligence.
Going to bonus action give Ethan a bardic inspiration.
Yay.
She's gonna save the last one for something useful.
I
Well,
just remembered, thank God I still
hopefully
have that
useful.
+4 from Umbra. I'm just
Yeah.
sitting there holding it, because I'm like...
I mean,
if
I'm-
Ethan wanna-
Ethan is not in the clear. Neither is Umbra. Umbra dumped it out. Ethan found out about it.
Yeah.
She's gonna fire at him with advantage. That'll hit. Where's?
And allies are currently within 5 feet of him.
Yep.
We got a rogue on our side. I want to make sure they get their sneak attack damage.
That's why one of the reasons why she's been hiding.
Oh, yeah, it's also
Also to prevent being targeted. So that's 14 to him.
Don't die.
Now he's bloodied. And she will attempt to hide again. She's kind of moving between these little pipes that she's found. Now it's his turn. Bonus action. Now he'll drink a healing potion.
Man.
And he will heal. If I can find it. Where did any of my D4s go?
over there. Far away so he can't heal. That's how that works, right?
Yeah, no. I also realized I was really tempted to do something else with the vial, but like, no, I'll just dump it out. This is a safer option.
Were you considering dumping it on him?
Yes.
No longer bloodied.
Oh. Sad.
5. And...
Hold up, motherfucker.
Smack.
Yep.
Guys, I made a friend.
Yes, you did. He
I had help in making this friend
That's-
too.
What?
Fine.
Why?
He's
I
We
kept
made
can't.
friends.
he's kept the hunter's mark on me, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't hit him. That was only an 11.
That is a... So that's a 19 to hit.
That hits. Roll damage.
That's max damage. That's 13 points.
He's bloodied again, but he's still healed. He's not as hurt as he was before. Look, he healed for 15.
Fuck your healing potion. You bloodied again. Nah, fam. Oh, my snakeskin boots. Get back here.
More concerned at how many of those he has.
He'll put
Yeah.
his bow away, and he'll draw his scimitar, which, as you can see, it has a bit of ignition to it. And he'll make 3 attacks.
Ew.
He can make
That's
3
cool.
melee attacks.
Oh,
I still have a
fuck.
shield
I
of faith,
should have
right?
held my reaction. Yes, you do.
Cool.
I should have held my reaction, though. Shit.
So that is... $15 to hit.
Nope. AC is currently 17.
Cool. $17 to hit.
You had to say
I
it.
gave him a target. I gave him a target. No. Okay.
Ooh, and a 15 to hit. That Bane.
Thank you, Bane.
So, I should have saved my reaction
Hmm.
for a fun reaction. I'll make sure to do that next time.
That is, including the fire damage, 18 points of damage.
Ow.
How you doing?
Make me a con save as well.
Oh.
On save. Is
Your
this
sorcerer, you got
like
this.
substance, or does that didn't matter?
It ignores your resistance.
On save. That's gonna be 19.
19, you are not poisoned, but you still take another 11 poison damage.
Ow.
29 points of damage.
I'm glad he only landed one.
Mhm.
Oh, that one almost put me down.
You might want to move away.
No, I figure I was gonna just stand here and take at least 2 or 3 more hits.
Oh,
If you can tank him,
The
nice.
tank.
I know.
When the
I got
snake
4 HP,
person
come on, I can
finds-
dodge this shit. Let's go.
Look,
Hurry.
when
This
the
is where
snake,
my monk training starts.
when the snake person finds out. Oh shit!
just-
They're the
You
tank.
just watched this like one hit almost just drop Umbra.
Thank you for the 10 HP. It was very helpful.
I'm glad. I'm going to bonus action healing word you real fast.
Ow.
It's only 4 points of healing, but it is 4 points of healing.
Look back for an HP. I'll take it.
As for my action, gonna just move here, because while Umbra is there, I will temporarily take that advantage
Yeah, you know.
to hit him. Two-handed.
Hopefully.
Okay. That is gonna be... Oh, I don't think that's enough. I'll use the +2 here and make it a 17.
17 just hits.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Okay. Jeez.
Mm. Natural armor is naturally armored.
4 points of slashing damage because I can't roll with the crap anymore all of a sudden.
Okay.
And that's all I got. Other than yelling at him to pay attention to me over here.
Even.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's really pissed about his death liquid.
It might be. Just a little bit.
Does he keep doing the detect thoughts thing? Because he can hold the concentration on it. Let's see. You know, it's gonna move 30. Misty step. And inflict wounds instead.
Alrighty. Roll to hit.
I think he can only cast out one because he used a 2nd level spell for the Misty Step, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you can cast it higher technically if you want to, because the misstep is 2nd or lower.
You know, he'll use it first because he has 1 2nd level for lesser in case he needs it.
That's fair.
So that is a 22.
22 will hit.
And where are my d10s? Do I not have a 3rd one in this box? Thought I did. There it is. So that is 17 points.
Ooh.
He might have prepped a lot of different spells for the day.
Yeah.
That's all he can do. He used everything. He's gonna try to just keep concentration for the detect thoughts, but he can't actually do anything with it until he tries to probe again.
Sarkas, and Umbra's turn.
Cool. Cool. Disengage action.
There.
10, 15, 20, 25,
Oh dear.
30.
Head follows you.
I moved here
Yeah.
just in case Sarkas wanted to flank.
As I look up a thing, and it is an action. Damn it!
Damn.
Bonus action. Turi, you used your thingy, right?
Yeah, I did.
I have another
Yes.
2.
Yeah.
Does Ethan still have his thingy?
Yes.
Okay.
I haven't needed to use it yet.
Sarkas still has it.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that is my turn, and I'm still starting. What Umbra is it? Kind of.
So,
I still have the D6 in case he needs to heal.
these is the advantage spot.
I think it'd be
Okay.
more.
Okay.
Yeah.
One more of this one, yeah.
Okay. That's why I just wanted to be sure.
Because he's a bigger square, then he can
Mhm.
draw a straight line between both these positions.
Fair. Yeah, bonus action. 5, 10, 15, 20. It'll smacky.
Okay.
Before he smacky smacks. Well,
what he may do. Can I use that +3 on a weapon attack as far as it's a like spiritual weapon?
It is any D20 roll other than, I think, like. Dex
Cool, because that was
saves.
a 14 total.
All right, that'd be
So,
17.
plus 3, 17.
That just hit.
I was like, 6 points of force. Here's why I asked, which one was the advantage spot? I'm a cast inflict wounds.
Okay.
Advantage. Roll. It is taking D&D Beyond forever to register, apparently. They need to fix their dice spot thing. That is a... it's one off. It was one off from being really good.
Spires seems to be having some loading issue.
Yeah, see this. A spider over there dying. There's loading and stuff.
Yeah, that will hit.
24 total. It's one off from that 20.
Ugh.
I wanted to smack it. Oh. I'll still take the 10 and 2 8s. 26 points of necrotic damage. I'll still take that. Almost like I took it. Why has he not attacked me yet? This makes me sad.
Just 2 people pissed him off.
No. I've been over here poking him though, man.
He's a pissed off slithery little snake.
See, I wasn't worried about moving into crusading distance because I was always in crusading distance bow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That bow is not fun.
That's it for him. Bonus action was to move and smack with spiritual weapon, and then we'll smack from the inside with the boot.
Okay. First up, it's going to be Christine, who is going to bonus action healing word Umbra.
Hey.
So that is 11 points to you.
Yay. Still kind of bloody, but not as much. Wait, I think.
And she'll
Like-
kept to vicious mock him again. He fails. So he takes 1 point of psychic damage. When his the next attack on his turn has disadvantage. That's the main thing she wanted it for.
I'm in slightly less danger, I hope.
She'll pop out again. Fire. Gonna hit. For 14 points of damage. And she will hide again. That is not as good. That's only 23. A 4 on a die. It's not his turn. He's looking very haggard at this point.
Good.
So, yeah, he's going to drink another healing potion, his last one.
Fun.
I just see him pull a larger vial than before.
Mm.
I'm going to roll this in my dice bot chat. watch a lot of wounds close.
Lovely.
That's his bonus action, and his action is going to be 5 and 15.
Oh, hi.
Do you two want your attacks opportunity, or are you gonna hold?
I'm gonna hold mine for now.
Sorry.
I will probably smack.
All right, roll to hit. It's a flat roll.
No, that's only a 13.
Okay. As his hood opens up, I need you, as a 30-foot cone of fear,
Oh.
I need you to make me a wisdom save.
Oh.
Everybody over here, basically. So just remember safe until it shuts you.
Oh no. Why the flip? Why the crap?
wisdom
Why?
save.
Why?
Is this a charm effect?
This is a frightened effect.
Ah.
Hate
Does it
my
count as
life.
a charm?
No, frightened, unfortunately. He doesn't.
What is the DC on
I hate my life. I don't know what's going on with my dice. We're doing just fine.
that? Ethan succeeds.
Sorry, I was failing doing math.
Sarkas
Oh.
succeeds.
Stare him down.
Christine and Turi fail. You are frightened.
Frickin'.
You are
I'm
frightened
taking
for
one
the...
of his teeth.
You are frightened for the next minute.
Sarkas
You can repeat your
tilts
save
his
at the
head.
end of their turn.
I'm supposed to be afraid of you.
That'll do. Fine.
And, you know,
Well, he spooked our support.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's all he can do because he had to use his bonus action to heal.
He didn't have to.
Considering where he was at, yeah, he did.
Is it because
Seems
we're
like
beating
a
the
him
shit out of
problem.
him? We're bullying the snake.
That's fine. It is now Turi's turn. You cannot get any closer to him.
Not that I could hit him anyways, apparently.
Just now that we tried, it's with disadvantage.
she's also not close enough to hit him.
I know. Throw the sword.
As
Go for
you
it.
are filled with images of not him, of green scales and fire.
Oh, crap. That's not good. That's
That
not
sounds like a track. Wait a minute.
That
Wait up.
bonus action, a temp HP goes over to Umbra.
Cool.
3 temp HP.
Alright.
I'm going to move myself based on that image that I'm seeing apparently. I'm just gonna move over here, and it's gonna be a frickin' disadvantage, but she'll try another ice knife because she can't get close.
Yeah. I would say it does explode usually to nearby allies, but he's tall
Oh, that's
enough
right.
that it won't
Okay.
affect.
That's
He
right.
is-
That's
he
why I
is-
was gonna do it.
He is like at least 15 feet long.
So I can at least aim it to where
Yeah.
it will not hit Ethan.
Yeah, if you aim more
Okay.
for the head, yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
He's a long body.
Oh. Oh. I was gonna hit.
Did you use the gear on your save?
It won't help
Alright,
because because the disadvantage roll total without anything is a 13. It won't help. I rolled a 9 and then I rolled a 15. I'm so mad.
It hits the ceiling behind him and kind of shatters and float back there.
He still has to make a dex save, I think.
Yeah, he technically would be close enough to that wall.
Hit or miss, the shard then explodes the target and each creature within 5 feet of it. So yeah, he still has to make a dex save. He's probably
Oh.
gonna succeed, but
Never figured out how that works in the open field, but you know.
19.
yeah, he takes nothing. That's my turn. Do I get to save from being
Yep.
frightened now?
Make another wisdom save.
Oh my gosh, please, I swear if this... Yeah, that's an 18. Please tell me I save.
Yep, that succeeds.
Okay, now I'm just pissed off.
Ethan.
He's been concentrating on the spell and it never left the focus on him. Can he continue to do the detect thoughts on him? To pry?
Yes.
So see,
you try to pry deeper? Or
yeah.
You just surface. Alright. That would have been an 18 minus 4. 14.
That just saves.
Ooh.
Oh,
He only has a 14.
Yeah.
Shit.
Unfortunately, that means the spell ends.
Right.
Yeah,
The strategy won't work though.
believe.
Yeah, I think if they save.
Yeah, if it succeeds, the spell ends. Okay. I know temp HP doesn't tag. It does takes whatever's the higher, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so he will just do a bite then. This is a bonus action.
No.
Yeah. That's probably gonna miss because it was gonna be on the 14, but then it rolled to a 6, so 10.
I hate that.
Even using the +2 wouldn't matter if I did.
Yeah, no. The 10 you just can't seem to puncture.
Well, now he knows what Ethan is. Good.
Tilts his head. Interesting.
He's not gonna
For study.
Oh.
You hurry up and die. That's all he's gonna say, and that'll be his turn.
Umbra and Sarkas.
Yeah.
Wonder Twins.
Hang. Wait a minute.
I have it done.
Oh,
Oh
no.
god.
Again?
I don't know if this thing can be charmed. Fuck it, only one way to find out. Unless this thing is immune to the charm effect, I need a wisdom save.
Okay.
As Umbra is just going to tell him, look away for a moment.
That's a 19.
Fuck. Well, that was a failed suggestion.
Try though.
Mm-hmm.
Nice thought though. Very nice thought.
Yeah, I was hoping to find out if this guy was planning on running or anything.
Bonus action, the only one of us that doesn't have gear right now is Christine, so she gets 4.
Hooray!
That is my turn.
Yeah, 'cause you can't technically see her.
Yeah.
She's fucking gone.
Fair. Alright,
Fucking
so,
disappeared.
What you gonna do, Sarkas?
I can get right up against the wall between him and the wall. Maybe.
You could. Technically. You'd be like kind of right in the pipes, basically.
It's fine, I just want advantage.
Hmm.
Don't judge me. I
Just
want
go ahead.
advantage on this.
See,
Go
I'm now
ahead.
concerned about the experimenting thing.
It's fine. I'm sure that's
Fine.
fine.
Let's roll with advantage here. Come on, roll.
Yeah.
Maybe. There it goes. Ah, yes. That number. That's a good number. Now I need to do math. 22.
That hits.
Ah, yes, that number. 25 points.
Ooh. He's still not as injured as he was before.
Bonus action. Ethan has a friend.
Hmm.
It baps him. No, 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 no.
Downside to this bloodthirst is that it has so many uses, he can use it as a bonus action. Because he can bite normally, like with an attack action, but then he doesn't get the temp HP.
Temp, yeah.
That's how that ability works. Oof. That seems fine.
So that was a nat 20 illustrated weapon.
Ooh.
That's 11
Mm-hmm.
plus 9, so 20 points of force damage.
He's now under the health that he was before he healed.
Okay. That we get for name. That we that is turn. That is turn.
Okay.
I will now pull up my features and traits. That way I can keep an eye on one of these things in particular.
I'm more concerned with what he's gonna do on his turn.
Save.
Christine might be slightly in the panicked state. She's just going to cast Mirror Image on herself.
Very fair.
So 14, she'll use that plus 4 because a 14 will not have succeeded. DC was 15. Now she's no longer frightened. Fitzy is going to attempt to attack from the hidden position. Thank God for advantage. Because that was a natural 1. Alright, that'll hit. And because there's allies around her. 17 points of damage. He is still standing.
So good.
23 stuff against you. It's his turn. Oh, what is he gonna do? He's seen you do this, Turi, so he's gonna be a bit of a dick. He sees his hood open up again. I could use some help, darling. He's gonna cast Suggestion. Make me a wisdom save.
Oh. What is with my character's wisdom saves? I just want to ask that question because I don't understand what's going on with my dice either because I was doing fine.
Yep.
That's an 8 total.
You've failed. The suggestion is to heal him.
Crap.
Which means we need to full kill him before she...
I don't have a lot of heal. I have one spell slot left, and then I've got the temp HP thing, which I can do every round.
Yep. So, your turn, Turi.
I'll use my freaking last spell slot to heal him with my bonus action.
Well, at least he didn't use a bonus action.
That's 5 back to him. Now, question. It takes a bonus action to heal him.
Yeah.
I still have my action.
Technically.
I have no reason to not go hit him right now, right?
You wouldn't want to take away the health you just gave him.
That and you have the thing was that he needed some healing. It has a duration where you have to go that course.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You took damage, right?
Huh?
Wait, I'm sorry, I got confused. Hey, keep on. Or me.
Your next goal would be is if you have an action to heal him, you technically would go heal him.
I don't have anything action-wise to heal him with. I don't have potions. I don't like cure wounds. I have, but it's not prepared because I have other things.
You can do any action that would not put his health into harm. Basically, at this point.
See, there's a problem with that. That's all Turi does.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's all I can do then, because everything else that I can do to try and prep to go hurt him would be bonus actions, and
Yeah. Ethan.
Oh, you're annoying, and he's gonna cast Inflict Wounds.
Yeah, go ahead and roll the hit.
Come on, hit him.
Advantage.
Crit him.
Well, you jinxed it there, Jay, because I got a 5 and a 1.
Oh.
This is why you do not make requests of the die as they roll.
Yeah, it did the opposite. It gave me a nat 1 instead of a nat 20. So no, the highest I would get was an 11 total.
Unfortunately, that misses. It's now Umbra and Sarkas' turn. Unless you have anything else you wish to do.
What are your bonuses now? At the risk that this guy survives and manages to run away, he's gonna Hunter's Mark him.
It's fair. He is now Hunter's marked.
That's all he can do.
I'm assuming Umbra is still first, right?
Yes.
Cool. So questions.
Answer.
When I did the suggestion, could I tell that he saved as opposed to he couldn't have been charmed at all?
Yeah, he's saved.
Cool. I'll need another wisdom save.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna try something stupid again. Request that he toss his weapons as far away from him as he can.
Uh, 11.
That fails.
Well, he doesn't throw them far, because that was a 9.
There, but he's disarmed.
Yeah, I feel like the bow and the scimitar land here, and they're big.
That is fair.
Because he is Bigman.
Yeah, everyone has a gear at this point, right? Don't they?
I still
Yes.
have
Sarkas
mine.
does not.
Yeah.
Sarkas does not.
Okay, Sarkas is
used.
getting the gear.
Okay.
You got a 3.
I got a 3 again.
That'll
Make
be
him
my
Sarkas.
turn.
Go ahead, Sarkas.
Let's see, what is he going to do? He wants to save. You know what? Bonus action, harness divine power. Well, no. He won't do that. He'll do that if he doesn't use. Is that the channel divinity? Or at least it used. He won't use his last focus on his first slot. He is up close,
He is.
so not use his pike. I mean, he can, but I'm sure it's a disadvantage.
No, it's not. It's the lens that has that ability, that disadvantage.
Oh, I thought all reach weapon. Okay.
Nope.
Well, you learn something new every day. Well, then he will first. The spiritual weapon's gonna do the back. That is the initial plan.
Okay.
Once I. And 11 does not.
11 does not.
And the spiritual weapon is not a creature, so it does not get it.
Correct.
Anyways, back to action. Roll. That is a dirty 20 to hit.
Full damage.
He stabbed him for 11.
How's he die?
Oh. Thank you.
I'm honestly surprised he didn't try to run on his turn or something.
I need to look at him.
Yeah.
I need to look at him correctly. Let's see. Where does he stab it?
I think his back's to you right now.
Is he?
If he was facing Turi to cast Suggestion, yeah.
He's gonna stab upward through his back, up where the pike will be at an angle, and it might just catch right under his, at the bottom of his jaw.
You thrust upwards. There's resistance because of the scales. Just kind of like step up onto the pipe and kind of like use that as more leverage. And I need everyone within 5 feet of him to make me a con save.
Uh-oh.
But he leaks.
I'm back
As this
here.
black cloud pours out of him.
Ah, he leaking.
Aw, you guys made him ink.
This would be an advantage for Ethan because this is not affected by his poisoners thing.
It's not much better. It was a 6 total.
Oh.
Well, it's a good thing you're the one who failed. This is an all or nothing.
Oh.
That is
Yikes.
30 necrotic. So 15 you.
Ooh. Ow.
Jesus.
Death throws, man.
As he dies, because the weapons are no longer on his person, they shrink down to normal size. So.
Ooh, fancy bow.
Fancy scimitar.
I was about to say, somebody else can take the scimitar. I can't use any metal things.
Fun fact, it's not metal.
Yeah, Marshall.
What?
Wait, what?
It's not
Wanders to
metal.
the scimitar.
As you kind of look at it, Sarkas, you notice that you can tell it's not metal. You're not sure what it's made out of, but you can tell it's not metal.
I'm gonna take a look at the pretty bow.
Roll me an Arcana.
Ooh. Yeah, the fun fact, his clan thing, he can attune to anything that is of a similar weapon type that he chose originally, which was longbows. Arcana 21.
41. I'll read to you what this says on here. This is an ancestral bow of the hunt.
Oh.
It is a +1 longbow to attack rolls and damage rolls. It has 3 charges. As a bonus action, you can Hunter's Mark a target. You can also spend 3 charges to cast it as a 3rd level. You regain all charges at a long rest. You critically hit the target of your Hunter's Mark on 19 to 20. This, by the way, the spell maintains concentration on that, or the item maintains concentration on that Hunter's Mark. Not you.
Ooh. I'm
gonna post that in Elondar General.
Please. And as he like slips that onto his back.
Yeah.
Mine now.
Hold on to that scimitar for a moment.
Also double check his class and see if that +1 gets added. I think it does.
Anyone who wants to see what the type of what it's made out of can make me a nature check, and then wants to
Okay, sure. I'll do that.
determine what enchantment is on it, if any. Arcana check.
I'll try nature.
I'd like to walk up closer just enough to look at the
I'll
which
use
stabbeth me
+2
between the
on
Arcana.
this because otherwise it's gonna go to waste.
Fair.
But it's not a lot.
Ooh. He just gets a +1 to the attack and weapon rolls of that type of weapon that he chose.
So it's gonna stack.
Yeah.
So it's any d20 roll the +3 can go to, correct?
Correct.
Yes. Cool. I'm gonna use it on this roll, even though I probably don't need to, but
Okay. You all basically kind of learn the same thing, just different ways of going about it. This is a scimitar, a salamander bone scimitar.
Whoa.
All it does is considered magical, but it does an additional D6 fire damage. It is a finesse weapon as well, so it can be used dexterity or strength.
Nice.
So what was it made out of? Discord cut out entirely for me.
It is a salamander bone scimitar. D6 extra fire damage and is considered magical for bypassing resistances.
I'm not proficient in them, I think.
It is also a finesse if that is needed.
We'll have to take some time to attune to this bow later.
Looks it over. Tosses it to Turi.
The ancestral bow is not attuned.
The coven thing.
Yeah, for that.
Is it an attuned thing? I don't think it is. I think, oh yeah, he has to spend an hour to change the weapon type. So it's kind of like attuning. But
Okay.
it's just whatever your preference is as that player. You can switch it around if you want.
Okay.
So basically, what you want the bonus, what weapon
Yeah.
thing you want to use for. Got it.
Yeah.
The scimitar also does not require attunement. It is just because the only reason it has the damage is because of what material it's made out of.
Sarkas, you sure?
That's my type. God, let me get back to. That's my type of weapon.
He's also wearing armor that seems to be magical in nature.
I walked away too early.
He had 3 magical items on him.
What is armor?
Would be an Arcana check, and Christine will assist. I feel like 'cause that's what she had. No,
Or is Proficient if you want her to take a look at it? Not if anyone else wants to it.
Oh no, Ethan's distracted. He found a new shiny.
I was about to say, Turi's got a scimitar to look over now, which, by the by, can that info get
Yes,
dropped?
I will.
Thank you.
She'll also give you a bardic inspiration, by the way, as well.
Okay.
For Umbras, so help, so advantage and bardic.
Oh Jesus.
What's her bard die? Oh wait,
D6.
who's getting the bard?
Umbra.
I'm confused.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. That's what.
Okay. Same thing as Sarkas, actually. Although not in that way.
So 1 second while I type this out real quick. So 100 scimitar.
I only use +2. +2. +2.
I guess you both get to know what's going on with that armor.
Oh yeah.
Out of curiosity, going like, alright, I as a slushy sorcerer totally could wear heavy ass snake armor.
It is not heavy armor either.
We still can wear
It's
it.
medium.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Ethan cannot wear that either.
I don't think I can either.
It is serpent scale armor.
Oh no, I could, but
It is considered scale mail. This is suit of magic armor is made from shimmering scales. While wearing it, you can apply your full dexterity modifiers opposed to the +2 maximum when determining armor class. In addition, it does not impose disadvantage on dexterity stealth checks.
nice.
So effectively, it is a 14 dexterity plus your or 14 AC plus your dexterity modifier.
That's Sarkas.
Hey, it's the armor I'm currently wearing, but I don't have disadvantage on stuff.
Mm-hmm. That would be the difference.
Because my dex modifier is +2 already. That's all it is.
No dying.
It's fine. It's fine. So there you go.
Oh. Oh. Yes. This is valuable information. It is. It's in there. Yeah.
Can he see if anything survived on the table, like notes or anything like that, that they could take and look over?
There are a few bits of notes. They seem to be written in what languages do you understand?
Infernal, Sylvan, and Celestial.
Let's see, what language would he have written this in?
Everything.
You can't read it. But I would say because it's very closely tied to or very similar to one of your languages you speak, you can tell this is Abyssal.
Yeah, he'll probably pocket it for now and read it later, because I don't think he wants to stay down here to study.
Yeah.
No.
Because once they find out he's dead, they don't want to be somewhere where they can be found.
Copy paste.
Yeah.
Copy and paste this thing here, the super scale armor.
As for any poisons or something, there's nothing on there. It looks like he was just finishing up making that one vial.
Yeah. It's hoping maybe there's a clue in the notes or something on where they're gonna head to next, or maybe she'll have information. Or maybe what the poison was.
I'm happy that we got the teamwork, the destruction of years worth of potion making.
Yeah, right.
Assumedly.
Umbra, do you need healsies still?
Well, she's above bloodied. I think I'll manage getting out of here.
And we should probably move before. More than likely, once they realize he's dead, they're going to scatter. But some of them might be wanting to kill the people they killed him. So let's not stick around.
He will opt to heal himself, then. He doesn't really need to, but he'll heal himself since Umbra won't take it. I mean, if he's gonna have a bardic inspiration, he's gonna use it. He offered, she keeps refusing. That's not on him if she goes down via sneak attack.
Weird question, DM. This thing was technically a humanoid, I'm guessing, yeah? Because he was Yuan-Ti?
He is considered
There's
a
monstrosity.
monstrosity.
Cool, can I
That-
take one of his teeth?
Go ahead and just roll me a survival check.
Okay.
I love this. We're told to leave, and she immediately goes to harvest, which takes time.
It just needs one tooth. That's a 23.
I would say, because of the way he died, that the teeth were probably not exactly well attached at the point anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It takes you like at most 30 seconds to get it out of there.
Is this what I mean? And just like continue to say the fruits of my research. Are you proficient in Poisoner's Kit?
I am not.
Did you know that there's a risk of poking yourself with the poison? If you're not?
No. Nope. I
And we're
had
walking.
other intentions with this tooth that she's going to try and start fixing it as they're leaving.
Okay, yeah, easy enough. And it's a decently long thing, and you guys see you're kind of essentially threading the thread around it, kind of tying it. As it sits now next to another tooth, and you watch it shrink down in size.
Interesting little thing you just did.
Yeah. Just kind of looks at the necklace. First other tooth that I've gotten for it, so that's new to me too. Wasn't sure how that was gonna work.
No, he's walking while talking to her.
Yeah. I would like to keep an eye out for other people that could be coming from because of the noise that would have been made. That
Go
was,
ahead and make
that
me
was not
perception checks.
quiet.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, because I imagine that was not quiet.
Depends how far underground we are. And if it's echoey.
Math.
Girl, even without disadvantage.
Wasn't that one? These are not my, this is not my seeing eye dice.
So now you're rolling well. Why? Why with the important fights you just screw me over, dice? I don't understand.
Tourists.
As you guys are kind of keeping an eye out. No one seems to have arrived, at least not yet. I rolled.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just following her, I guess.
Mhm.
Well, Mitt. Seem to have been able to handle him.
Don't underestimate us.
You realize the next one up will notice his absence and probably come after you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of a plan.
Our target's the big one.
You have a funeral. I'm not helping any past this point.
Fair enough. Don't blame you.
Careful of the other one. The next one. They're crazy.
Keep that in mind.
We appreciate your help on this.
Don't thank me, thank your friend. He was persuasive. Made good argument.
What exactly got you into this business, by the way?
Kinda forced. As the UNT, those like him, and she's kind of like motioning back behind, are considered sacred leaders.
Well, now you're free to go about your business.
Indeed. They also have the ability to control other Yuanti and snakes.
Yeah, the more snake-like, the more leader they are.
Yikes.
Yeah, luckily, he didn't get a chance to actually bite. That was gonna be his next move. The bite's fucked. There's a lot of poison damage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still reeling. It's going like, okay, if every single one of those attacks hit, I would have died.
Not necessarily. You probably would have went.
Close.
You would have went down and then maybe got like the one hit down.
Yeah. It's fine.
That would have been great.
She leads you kind of out where she brought you in. Word of warning, this next one's not quiet. Nor does he care about collateral.
Great.
So keep in mind where we are then.
He tends to cause a lot of structural damage. If you want to see some of his handiwork, head to the south. Or one of the warehouse, the abandoned warehouses. See his handiwork.
Ah. Guess it depends if we need to head that way. I feel like he looked at Umbra, too, like when he said that, because, yeah. Supposed to meet somebody, but she has yet to say it to the rest of the party.
Yeah.
And she'll kind of excuse herself and start heading off.
I guess we have a direction then.
South, right?
Not just to see his handiwork, at least. That doesn't necessarily mean he'll be there.
True.
Maybe he left a trail.
I hope it's not.
Your optimism never ceases to amaze me, Umbra. These guys don't seem like the type to leave trails, hence why no one knows where they are.
I mean, at the very least, it would be helpful to know. Maybe you can determine his method.
Not
Prepare
wrong.
for it.
Kind of like what we did with this guy. Found out information, then kicked it.
Remind me, we're in a more northern town right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're the town. You're in the town that's technically outside the capital.
Gotcha.
I would suggest that we do not stay in town, because when they discover that body, we don't want to be here.
Not
Oh,
until
no,
at least
no.
you want to find them. Which I don't suggest right tonight. Looks at Umbra. I'm kind of really low on spells.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because, like, originally he was thinking we could go back and rest at the inn, but then he's like, do we really want to stay in town, though? Do we
Yeah.
want to get started and move while we can?
Yeah,
Might
so at
as
this
well
point-
get somewhere.
It's only noon at this point.
Yeah, I think heading south might be the better option than going to the tavern, possibly getting ambushed.
Yeah,
That's fair.
agreed.
So you guys head down south, and it's easy enough to find the abandoned warehouses. Or what's left of them. Go ahead and make me investigation checks as you find the section. I'll tell you exactly what you can determine.
Have we left town, or are we still in town?
You're still in town.
Okay.
Okay.
Investigation.
And it is currently daylight.
Turi notices nothing.
Those are 16, right?
Sad.
Okay, cool.
I got a
wanna make
19 and the disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, 15 and up are the one is it for DC, because it's not hard DC. To determine exactly what happened, because there is no warehouse left in this one spot. There's like pillars and some foundation, burn marks and scorch marks on them as well, but which might lead you to think fire. But Sarkas and Ethan, you realize no, this was much more violent. These were explosions that took out these buildings.
Ah.
That's what you meant by not quiet.
Wait, what?
Explosives.
Oh, and the collateral.
Yeah. Great.
So if this guy does come looking for us, if we were in any towns, that could be a problem.
That would be a very unfortunate thing.
Rather not have that happen.
So which way are we going then to get out of town? Does not know this place well enough to. He has to ask. He can go back to cities he's probably been, but everywhere else, eh.
Yeah, I don't think Turi's been this far up north.
I don't know how useful it would be in us. Might know a direction we can go.
Okay.
Eyebrow raise.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Hmm.
You hear a voice. Familiar.
Glances. Yeah.
Sword.
One down,
Okay.
one down.
You again.
She's kind of like hides a look. She doesn't know what the fuck to make of this guy. Other than he looks what has been described.
I mean, he's already said he's not going to attack us.
I know.
Yet.
One claw gone. 3 more, 3 more, and then we can fight. Yes, yes. Then we can fight.
So does that mean you're last?
Well, I wouldn't want to interrupt. Besides, then you're stronger. You're even stronger if you can beat him. I don't know where he is exactly, but the next one's close. Next one's very close. The northern section's been cleared. What does he mean by cleared?
I don't know.
Each claw has a section. Each claw. The leader's dead, so I took care of the rest.
Unnecessary.
They were.
Very much
They
so.
were very unnecessary.
Not. Just shakes his head like that. There's no point with this man.
Yeah. Yeah.
My job. There's still one remaining. A woman, I think, that helped you.
Let her go.
Will you fight me when the time comes if I do?
I don't feel like we have much of a choice.
And free she will be. The north, south, east, west, and center. Those are the places we control. I don't know who's where. Mine is the west. I can only guess there were 3. anger him this one enough, he might just follow you anywhere.
That's kind of the plan.
Careful with the kid. They can get hurt so easily.
Yeah, Turi just looks angry.
Yeah.
Perfect, perfect. I love that look.
You're really lucky right now.
Please don't start a fight right now, Turi.
Trying not to. He's
Please,
making
for
it
the
rather
love of
difficult.
God, we are not ready for.
I wouldn't fight you now, anyways. Not like she could hit me, anyways.
Probably, I'm not even gonna roll. He tried not to laugh.
Yeah, that doesn't help the situation. She just looks more pissed off.
What's the matter? That's a beautiful look.
Umbra, you were saying something before he interrupted. Where are we going?
That's like a reassuring shoulder pad. Right, I don't know if it actually relates to what we're doing now, but might be able to check in on Mother if we go further south.
South of the mountains, correct, was what he was told.
Brain is...
It was slightly like west of Refuge. In the mountain somewhere.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Somewhere like over in this general area.
So technically not terribly far.
Yeah, I was about to say, we're in the area.
Give them too long, they might replace the one claw.
Forgot to move quick.
I feel like Ethan's really got nothing else to say to this person.
Yes.
Yeah, Turi doesn't have words. There's just like little crackles of flame already going through the scimitar that she's now holding.
You're only...
Throw a dagger at her. And it goes right through her. Not here.
Also, I have a slight request, Turi. Can you put that sword away? It is the sword that other one wielded.
Oh, that'll definitely attract attention.
She'll sheath it. Buzz
I'm
off.
sorry.
Whatever you do. Yes, yes, come on, come on, come on.
I'm welcome. We'll put you at peace. Sounds like Umbra stare intensifies.
I hope so. And he vanishes. That was not him. That was essentially a silent image. But not
We love
silent
it.
image. More major image.
Mm-hmm.
Love those not so silent images.
Mhm.
I'm gonna head out.
So I don't know exactly where she is, but we'll point out just to everyone, just make sure. Somewhere in the mountains, not far from where she is.
Yeah, I mean, unless anybody has any better ideas, he's probably gonna start heading that direction. Because
Yeah, but so
if we're not staying in the city, yeah.
yeah, it's best to get out as fast as it can, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, get out of the city. Find
City,
somewhere that looks like a
Go
runway.
rest.
Yeah.
That's where we'll call it.
Well, we have found a place to rest, or are we gonna still be down?
I would say you can easily find a place to rest because you can just find any door. You can get a place to rest and be out of reach.
Define door.
But yeah. So we're switching gears now.
That's something we'll have to see if we even did find a door in the middle of a forest or open area wherever we end up. Not exactly a doorway in a field.
Yeah. No. I will say because this is a more main road, getting a rest won't be too hard,
Mm-hmm.
and it's going to take more than your current. You're not going to get there before nightfall. It's going to take at least a couple days.
Yeah.
So we'll probably be outside for a bit.
Yep.
That's fine. He does not have his trap prepped tonight because he was more worried about prepping stuff for that fight.
That's
Yes, sir.
fair, no worries.
Next night he'll probably have it prepped again, but...
Keep it
Just happy I successfully charmed something.
Yeah.
Button. This button.
Where did I put the bag for that?
Thank you for joining this stream.
Yes, stream. I'm cool. With all the things.
Mm-hmm.
In here, watching this. Yeah.
Everything's about to just be very interesting, I feel.
You just get to say hello to Mother.
I'm so concerned
Mhm.
about who Mother is.
Her mother.
Yeah, concerning.
Yes.
That's going to change a lot of things now.
We are in the area.
Yeah.
And now you're on a different path.
Oh, good.
Well, I mean, the hope is that this guy will just come after us, to be fair.
Yeah. If we had something else to go on for the guy, might not have recommended.
Well, all he
No,
gave
that
us...
He was in town.
Yeah, we were given kind of general ideas of where to look, but we also don't know exactly what towns to look in either.
He was saying that town that you were in.
Well,
So,
what are we gonna do? I had one spell slot.
You know.
yeah, I had.
We could stay and fight if everybody really wants to, and rest there in town.
I don't think staying is definitely not an option because they do need to get out, especially with the collateral being thrown about now. Turi is even more nervous about this next one. Like, it's one thing if they're coming after us individually, it's a whole other thing if us individually is going to get other people hurt.
I mean, a few days, whether they went searching the next day or not, we don't know how quick they can replace somebody. They could have literally replaced him within that next day. Unfortunately.
But we definitely need the rest we just can't rest in town.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could always turn back in the morning if we really wanted to.
Yeah.
Up to you.
Yeah. We'll find out. We'll figure it out. We got some time.
Yeet.
Thank you very much. And we'll catch you guys all next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.